as needed and shut off videos as needed.
My gosh. This might just be me. I'm trying to.
You got the space
You're
background
disappearing.
in your
You're slowly
picture.
disappearing.
Yes. It's very space in your face. All right. There we go. We got Anika back. Yay.
Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Tironi, the Reading Conservation Administrator. And let me do the, here we go. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Tironi, the Reading Conservation Administrator, consistent with the governor's orders, superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during COVID-19 crisis. This Town of Reading Conservation Commissioners meeting is being held virtually via Zoom for audio and video participation of the Conservation Commissioners, applicants, their representatives, and the public. During this meeting, myself or the chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, representatives, and members of the public individually as needed. During the conversation, during the commission meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones to permit people to share videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, I will conduct Well, actually, at this time, I will have the chair conduct a roll call vote to confirm that all members are present and can hear.
Okay, thank you. John Sullivan.
John Sullivan, present.
Thank you. Martha Moore.
Martha Moore, present.
Joe Carnahan.
Joe Carnahan, member present.
Brian.
Rainbow, member present.
Andrew.
Andrew Driven, member present.
Anika Scanlon, chair, present.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be able to see you. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All the material for this meeting are available on the Conservation Division page, and I recommend that commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading webpage unless otherwise noted. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the commission cannot discuss or consider documents which were not previously posted. Information may, however, be posted orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see the written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started at tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our meeting and to ensure that the meeting, for accurate meeting minutes. For responses, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After commissioners make their remarks and these remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the chair will afford public comment as follows. The chair will first ask for members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has a list of public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford them 4 minutes for any comment. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair. After the public comment, the chair will once again turn to the commissioners and go down the line, inviting each one by name to provide further comment, question, or motion. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, as a reminder, each vote taken tonight will be conducted by roll call vote. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it. So why don't we get right to the first hearing for 22 Collins. So we're going at this point, and I believe I see the applicant here. We can ask him to unmute. So we are going to continue the public hearing for 22 Collins Ave. It's a notice of intent filed by LLC, Philip and Julie Peterson, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. Applicant proposes to construct an in-ground swimming pool, pool deck, landscape planting, grading, and utilities within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office at 60 Mill Street in Reading, and on the Conservation Division page under projects for 2022. The project at 22 Collins Ave is for Assessor's Map 51, Lot 124, and this is DEP file number 270-0758. So, Phil, welcome back. What, third time's a charm?
I hope so, yes. Yes, this is the third time.
Bear with me. We've got another site plan that you have sent to us that's different from the other two, I believe.
Yes.
And Chuck, are you able to?
So I didn't know if you wanted me to do that or Phil, if you wanted to bring up your own site plan.
I can, I didn't,
Okay, I'm ready.
if you're
Here we
ready.
go.
Thanks, Chuck.
Yep. Everybody see that?
Okay.
Okay.
And just to check with you, Phil, so the site plan has changed a couple of times since the first submittal. Are you planning to make any additional changes to it at this point in time, or?
No, not at this point in time. Like you said, this is the third time coming back. Since the initial submittal, we had 2 meetings and a couple site visits, and I did make some changes. Some of the grading area was going to the limits of the 35-foot buffer, but we moved it to the 50-foot buffer, as you can see by the plan. We were gonna, we actually, after the site visit, I agreed to leave one of the existing trees in place and to kind of make the area on the northern, I guess, make that area a little bit smaller to accommodate that tree. If you see the red tree, that's one that we're going to maintain, and that's where we stopped the grading. The other thing we talked about was the shed. It was at its existing location, and we showed it at its new location on the site plan. Also, we added on the trees that that we're going to add on based on what we're going to cut down to put the pool in. One of the trees was leaning towards the house, and the other ones were in the side slope of the grading area. I
Phil,
think that's it.
do you happen to have a count of all the trees greater than 6-inch DBH that are going to be cut?
Yes, it was on the second revision, and it was we had 6 trees originally, and it's down to 5. And I had all the diameters listed.
Were they listed on the site plan?
No, they were with the
letter?
yeah, the letter, the second letter. And they are marked in the field, and during the second site visit.
Okay.
they're marked. I have pictures too. I think I added in that.
So in the latest submittal, there's pictures?
The second go around, this last submittal is just the plan only.
Okay. At this point, I did a little sort of like recap for myself of where we're at on the project. So just as a review, I'm just gonna go over. So the resource area is bordering vegetated wetlands within the Aquifer Protection District. Since our first meeting, we've been asking for existing and proposed topography to be shown on the plans. You've put symbols and numbers, spot grades.
Mhm.
We've asked for a planting plan for the fill area. You're proposing loam and seed with some shrubs. We've requested an invasive, some sort of plan to manage invasives over time, I believe.
I don't recall that being.
Well, I think that's something that should probably, I think it's kind of fitting in this situation. I know during a site visit, invasives were noted in the resource area.
Mhm.
And it would be a huge benefit to the resource area. And you did give account of how many trees are going to be taken down for the current fill, but do you have an estimate of how many trees were taken down during previous, like in the last, since you moved in, how many trees have come down? Have been removed from your rear, from this area?
I do not.
Do you have an estimate, like 4, 5?
Yeah, that'd probably be, yeah, maybe 4.
Okay. You've, on the notice of intent plan, you're proposing to disturb, you said you were going to propose to disturb about 1,500 square feet. Based off my scaled estimates, these green and brown areas are approximately 1,600 square feet.
Okay.
You're over your impervious cover limits for the Aquifer Protection District. And even though that's not our purview, the reason
Right.
we bring it up is something has to change in what you're doing to address that. And I don't know what that's going to be.
I have gone down to engineering. If you look on the plan, Chuck, if you scroll down, you can see the impervious area, what's existing and what's proposed. And that just includes the patio work and the pool. So we're over by 4%. And I have about an acre of land on the property. So that's what those numbers are based on.
Right.
And I talked to engineering, and they, once I get through this piece, I do have an engineer who's going to put together what I need to do to handle that 4%.
Sense of what that's going to be, or whether it's going to, any of that's going to be done within the 100-foot buffer zone?
I'll make sure it's outside the 100-foot buffer for sure.
Okay. Because if you have, like, I know there was a pipe and a dry well, and the pipe came into the 100-foot buffer, I believe.
I think they were talking about there's an electrical conduit that's not, it's not hooked up to anything.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the situation on the old dry well. I don't think in previous meetings anybody knew for sure what the story was with the old dry well.
Well, the houses on the neighborhood had septic systems at some point, I believe. Not when I lived there, but but regardless of what that is, I'm going to go to engineering with a fresh look and just, make sure we get that taken care of. I mean, they won't issue me the permit until I do take care of that. It's just like the NOI that I'm hoping to get approved tonight.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to open it up to conservation members for comments. So let's go in roll call order. John?
Thanks, Anika. So am I correct that the spot elevations on this plan are current elevations?
Yes.
Okay, so if the elevation of the yard that we're going to is about 99 feet, and we're going to be extending that out throughout this green section, about 99 feet, is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and then I'm seeing the lowest elevation I'm seeing is down close to the 50-foot buffer. It says 91 feet. So we're looking at a drop from the yard down to the 50-foot buffer area about 8 feet at 3-to-1 elevation. That's 24 feet of slope. Is that about? Am I interpreting that right? If we're going on a 3-to-1 slope, we need 24 feet of horizontal
Yeah, that
length
sounds.
to
Yeah,
get there.
that sounds
Is that
about.
is that little brown sliver on the plan? Is that 24 feet long?
Yeah, I
Like
would.
just kind of eyeballing it, the 50-foot buffer and the 35-foot buffer look like that's further apart than that section, than the brown section, and that's 15 feet. Like, is there enough space
Right.
to have that 3-to-1 slope?
Yes, the surveyor surveyed it out.
Okay.
And the idea is to get that slope, to kind of take some of the fill, the fill that's going to come from the pool installation, put it in that green area, and then slope it back. So, I mean, if it comes, it's got to be 3-to-1. We have to work within these constraints, right? I mean, if I'm going to agree to do 3-to-1, it's got to be 3-to-1. So that's.
But I mean,
That's like the rule, that's what I'm asking, permission to do. So.
but at a 3-to-1 slope, if we're dropping 8 feet of vertical elevation, you would need 24 feet of horizontal space to get that slope, which would,
I would
looking
have
at this,
to,
look like that would put you past the limit of the work area.
right. Well, I'm not going to go past the limit of the work area. Before we do the work, I'm going to have it surveyed where the
Okay.
50-foot buffer is, and we're going to respect that and the property line through this whole project.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to have hopefully, John, in this discussion, a clarifying question for Chuck.
Mhm.
Chuck, the slope of 3-to-1, that's 1 foot over 1 foot rise over 3-foot lateral, or is it like, so no steeper than 1 foot rise over 3-foot lateral?
So the intention of the regulations is that if it's 3-to-1, that's acceptable. If it's steeper, then some sort of like fabric or material or some sort of design to hold back the slope needs to be incorporated into the plan. So there's not a prohibition on like a 2-to-1 slope or something like that, but you could, like, he could tie back the slope, he could, put some checks in it or something like that. But we would obviously have to review it. So it is, for every 1 foot out, the slope will drop 3 feet.
That's not what I started with.
No.
Just please reiterate. So the slope steepness not to be exceeded, is it 1 foot horizontal for 3 feet vertical? Or is it the opposite? Like you can't get any steeper than 3 feet vertical and 1 foot horizontal. That's my point. Those are 2 very different slopes.
I think, Nika, you just.
So I just said,
Yeah.
if you are on the slope and you measured straight out vertically 1 foot, the drop underneath that 1 foot line would be 3 feet down.
And that's because that's pretty steep slope. And so what you're saying is our regs say that that's the steepness that cannot be exceeded. In other words, they can't go 1 foot out, 3 and a
That's the steepness that when they wrote the regulations, they said beyond that, it's going to, the slope won't hold itself together. So geotechnical fabric and things like that need to be incorporated into the slope.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I think I just wanted to clarify that for John, because I think that was part of
Okay.
the question. Is that right, John?
Yeah, I guess I had it backwards. So you're saying that 9 feet of, Chuck, you're saying the 9 feet of vertical drop only needs 3 feet horizontally?
Yes.
Were they 8 feet? All right. Then I had the slope backwards, so that's all from me.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to Joe Carnahan for a quick second. I'm sorry, Martha.
Oh, well, sorry. I was under the same impression as John that, I mean, going 3 feet up and 1 feet horizontal is like a bluff for a cliff. I would expect I mean, I'm new here, but like that seems like something that would erode a lot.
Well, we have an ability to case by case basis enforce something more protective if we think we need to do that.
Okay, I'm surprised that yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to let other people comment because I want to go read some regulations right now.
Go ahead, Martha.
I'm surprised by the new location of the shed. When we were at the site visit, you were saying you were going to straighten the shed out, which I sort of assumed you were going to pivot it around its center, but you're sort of swinging it around one corner, which pushes it way out onto that new filled area.
Mhm.
Is there a reason why the shed has to be that far back?
No, not really, I guess. I mean, that's going to be where some of the pool equipment's going to be. And I wasn't going to have it tied up to the fence, but I guess I could push it tight up to the fence if that would make a difference.
Well, I'm just thinking that might not require as much filling in the green area if you didn't have to have the shed that far back. So depends on where the door of the shed is, I guess, whether it could be incorporated into the fence instead of having a fence between it and the door of the shed. I'm concerned that the green and brown regions still don't have topo lines on them. They just have those spot elevations. And I'm used to working with maps that look like this, where they've drawn in all the proposed topo lines and you can really see exactly where those shapes are. And that's my biggest concern is I don't really see how we're going to get an as-built plan out of this plan with the current pointy polygons rather than a map with topo lines. So I'm not saying we're going to turn your pool down, but I'm just really feeling like we don't have enough information of what it's going to look like to be able to go back later and say, yes, this is exactly what you told us. Such as this 3-to-1 sloped area, if it really only has to go out 3 feet to drop down 9, that looks like it's going to go out more than 3 feet. So is it going to be less than 3-to-1 in reality?
No, it won't be. I mean, I can do an as-built after proving that it's 3-to-1, but that's what the regulations say that I can do without, and it's more of a, like Chuck said, it's a geotech thing that when you have a 3-to-1 slope, you don't have to have any special design, like put down some, riprap or what, some matting or other things. So with the 3-to-1, and if you go around town, there's, wood end school, you drive up the slope, you drive up the driveway, that's about 3-to-1 slope, possibly steeper, and there's grass growing and it doesn't wash out. So it's a generally accepted practice.
Right. But I'm just not seeing the topo lines that tell us how much space is actually taken up by that 3-to-1 slope. So, does it really have to go all the way out to the 50-foot line? Or can we avoid smothering quite as much vegetation in the wooded area behind your property, behind your lawn property.
I mean, we did have it going out to the 35-foot buffer, and we did pull it in significantly. And now we're not in the wetlands, we're in the bordering wetlands, and in this area, there's a lot of, I don't believe that there's any of the species that we saw, Martha, were all down, at A4, A3. I don't believe we saw anything except a couple invasive species up gradient of that. And what's in that little area is a lot of poison ivy and oak trees, or small little shrubs or other weeds that are growing there. So I think we've done. I've come out here. This is the third time. I think I made a lot of concessions, per se. I tried to give you guys the feel of what I'm trying to do with the pool, and that's why I had no problem like pulling everything back like we did, keeping that tree. So I see a lot of projects in town. There's one on Main Street. They cut down trees. I mean, I see the blue stakes like probably maybe 35 feet away. I've seen other places on Haverhill Street where somebody put a brand new house right in the middle of the wetlands, where if there wasn't a fence, I could fall off the driveway and hit a skunk cabbage. So I feel like I've come along, I'm really just trying to put a pool in, keep some yard space for my kids. There's currently a tree that's leaning towards the house. There's a lot of trees that behind Collins Ave that have fallen down. These big pine trees, you guys saw that the top blew off of one about a month and a half ago at this point. The other one next to it, probably like 2 years ago, and it's ready to fall. And when I moved to town, somebody told me when we bought the house, no one will ever build behind you, it's conservation land. And within a couple of years, there was a house built in a driveway that's probably 30 less feet away from the wetlands. All of Franklin Street drains behind my house. There's a storm drain that goes out there. So I think I've tried to be fair. It's just me. I've been in the town for 15 years. I have 3 kids that go to the school. I'm active with their things. So without having to go out and hire a consultant and a lawyer and fight for something that I think is a pretty reasonable ask. So, I'm open to do whatever, but I'm hoping to get out of here tonight with an approval. So, I mean, that's.
So my one last question is, on that 3-to-1 slope, are you, I'm trying to figure out what kind of vegetation is going to be holding that slope in place. Is it just going to be lawn, or could we look at some more shrubbery or something like that that will have some sturdy roots to hold the soil in place? Because you've mentioned the wood and school slope, and it doesn't hold up well. There's a lot of bare dirt where the grass has been torn up. So is there something that you can do on that slope to hold it together better with some native vegetation?
Martha?
Martha, I'd be open
Can I-
to that if you just, would
Bill?
identify some species.
I'm sorry to interject. Please forgive me. The reason I'm interjecting is I ripped open the regs in front of me, and the regulation within 100 feet of wetlands actually is no steeper than 3 feet horizontal to 1 foot vertical.
Ah,
So I just want to save us time in discussing things that we don't need to discuss if it's off the table. So to the issue. So I'm doing a course correction to an earlier mistaken answer. Okay, so based on that, Martha,
mhm.
do you have other questions?
No,
Okay, and Phil, I'm sorry I rudely interrupted you. Did you
Oh, no.
want to finish that thought before I went to the next person?
No, I was just saying to Martha, I'd be open to planting some native species. If you give me some recommendations on what to put in there, I would do it. And as far as removing invasive species, I know we talked about I forget the name of the plant, the garlic. I mean, I would go out and pull a bunch of those too. You know, now I'm actually seeing them in a lot of different spots as I'm driving around town. But
Mhm. Yeah, garlic mustard.
garlic mustard, that was it.
Once you see it one place, you start to see it everywhere.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Phil. I'm just going to go quick to Joe Carnahan.
So I'm going to sort of amplify what John and Martha said by sort of pointing out that the sort of two sides of the same coin here. The issue of a 3-to-1 slope going 9 feet. If I had to eyeball it, it looks like the proposed corner of the pool is only slightly further from the 50-foot line than the 50-foot line is from the 35-foot line, which means that you've only got, let's say that's 20 feet instead of 15 feet. You're trying to cover 8 feet of vertical distance in 20 horizontal feet, which just the arithmetic doesn't work, unfortunately. So there's that. And then with Martha's comment about sort of like, we would normally expect to see existing topo lines and proposed topo lines. And the reason why is I think that if you paid someone to draw that plan, they couldn't do it, because I think as shown here, it doesn't, you know, the math literally doesn't add up. And so I think if you had a plan that, you know, had the level of detail that we are used to seeing, issues like the one that John asked about would be self-evident, and, you know, then could be, you know, figure out what you want to do about them. So that's all I've got there.
Okay. All right. Brian?
Yeah, I don't have any real new questions. I think a lot of things have been covered. I do want to say from a statement perspective that I'm unhappy with the situation where over a number of years there's been lots of trees removed, additional lawn added, and only now when a pool is intended to be installed, all of a sudden now getting approval matters. It doesn't mean that I'm going to vote yay or nay. It just means that I will pay attention to the regulations, but just so it's on the table, I am unhappy with this situation in general. I appreciate that the homeowner has done a number of things to accommodate previous asks, what have you, from the commission, but I have no new questions. I just wanted to put that out there. Back to you, Anika.
Okay. Andrew, any follow-ups?
Reiterate the what Martha said. This is our third meeting, and there's still the question on the table if we have enough information. And I'm just a little confused. This is hopefully the last time I'll see you over this project, Phil, but when did you realize you had to come before the Conservation Commission? Because I think a lot of the hard things are that you already had a lot of this decided before you even came before us and bought. So how did you, I don't know the backstory there. I'm just really curious how you figure out that, oh, you have to come before us to get this approved.
I went down to town hall and I talked to Chuck. I told him about the project I was doing, talked to different people in the town, and he came out and he looked at the property. He thought that the wetlands was at like the A3 mark. I decided just to go hire a wetland scientist just to go and actually do it. And the project was basically within the 100-foot buffer until we found like this one out in A1, which is the adjacent property. And it goes sharply down, you know, it doesn't keep going east, it goes north and west a little bit. You know, if you look on the GIS, Mass GIS, the wetlands is in the far left corner. It looks well outside the 100-foot buffer. It looked like when we got the new wetlands flagged out that I'd have to go for a notice of intent. And that's what I did. Rather than, you know, it just made sense to kind of fix some of the side slopes and not have, you know, keep the soil that's on the property rather than hauling off to some other site. It just seemed to make sense. keep the yard, and it seemed like a pretty doable job. So that's how it started. I feel like everyone along the way says, you know, this is a doable project, until I have these meetings and, you know, I get a different feeling that it's not. And like I said, I've already bought the pool. It's a fiberglass pool. It's coming at the end of June.
When did you buy the pool? Before you talked to Chuck or after you talked to Chuck?
Probably put a down payment down on it before. But I don't, is that relevant at this
Because you're
point?
not being we've asked you to reconfigure the pool, make it shorter, but all that's been off the table because you keep telling us that you've already been bought. So yeah, it is relevant. You haven't been super cooperative, which is making this a lot harder to be than it really needs to be.
How have I not been cooperative?
We've asked for topography. We've asked for more information about what's going to be planted. We've asked to reconfigure the pool because it's taking up a lot of land. It's creating issues about impervious surface, which that's another topic. Just bringing it back. So I'm confused. So you're going to get our approval, and then you're going to go to figure out how to solve the impervious surface issue. And then I just don't understand why you didn't have all this figured out before you come before both of us. So we're both looking at the same plan. That's pretty standard.
Well, I think I'm just going to interject because I want us to get to moving forward to a vote on this project. It sounded like that's what Mr. Peterson was asking for tonight. I think, do I have that right, Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
So it sounds, just to be clear, you're asking us to, you want us to vote on this application tonight?
Yes, I would like to. If there's some other things you need the conditions that need to be added to that approval, I'm okay with it.
Anika, I just want to say, going back to that comment about the impervious, I again reiterate, I don't know if we honestly have enough information. I get the project as a pool, but these are the types of things that have made it harder than it needs to be.
Okay. Yep, I hear you. And Chuck, I'm just gonna check in with you and then check in with the public and then see if we have a motion.
I will say that we're outside the 50-foot buffer with this. I think the slopes are manageable. One of the comments that didn't come up tonight, but was discussed during the week with one member, was moving back the lawn area. And I'm not sure where John was going with that, but maybe to achieve the 3-to-1 slope, the brown area could be increased into the green area and maintaining the 50-foot line. It seems, you know, in the 50-foot line, you know, the 50-foot line is a good place to be. We have regulations about structures within 35-foot.
Well,
And
so we do have regulations about structures within the 35-foot, but there's also a caveat in the regs that says if conservation wants, you know, for other reasons, if conservation, that can be adjusted based on.
yeah, so let's hear them. But
So-
that's what I was saying. If you want to maintain the 50-foot line, that's fine. If you can't maintain the 50-foot line, and there's a reason for conservation that it's a protected area, or there's something significant out there that needs to be saved, then that would make sense that you would, again, 50-foot line in this case, in my opinion, you know, this is not a vernal pool. This is not, you know, pristine habitat. I think it was pretty much a leaf dumping area in that corner. So I just wanted to give just a little bit of a reality check to what's going on, and let you know that 50 feet away from the buffer zone and Reading is a pretty good, line in the sand. The rest of the questions, I completely understand. I mean, understanding if the pool could be turned around, and where the shed's going, and the historical work that was done on the property. I get that. So that's all I want to say. I mean, obviously, I think that this project is consistent with many projects in Reading, except for the historical work that was unpermitted, as it's presented right here tonight.
Okay, I'm just going to give my comments. So my challenges with this plan are, just to be very clear, are the unspecified proposed finished grades in the fill area. That's one of the biggest issues I have with this, is how is that exactly going to work? And a couple of spot elevations and some colored shape areas doesn't give me the data I need to look at that and say, oh, I see how that grading is going to work, and that's definitely going to meet the slope limits. That's one of the biggest things for me. That's a challenge. And to your point, Chuck, about the 50 foot, two responses to that. First of all, it's in the Aquifer Protection District, which, in my opinion, it warrants some level of protection of the groundwater resource. The fill, so that deals with that impervious cover issue.
I think you're misreading and misstating the Aquifer Protection District's intent, which is to infiltrate. And so this isn't creating pervious surface, and it's not a protected area. It's a zoning bylaw that's regulated by the engineering department, not by the Conservation Commission.
I understand.
Well, I just didn't want.
I understand it. It's gonna, but it's a hanging.
I mean, we got to be, factual.
So it's just something that's sitting out there. It's an unresolved thing that might come back to us as a modified. If we did approve it, it would come back to us as a modification. Anyway, I'm going to open it up to the public, see if there's any questions or comments from the public.
So just one last statement. I think that Phil said that he has every intent of keeping the adjustment, which is likely to be in some sort of infiltration system outside the 100 foot.
Yeah.
And here's the line, and there's a lot of land left.
Right.
And just kind of understanding what's going to happen. Infiltration often has to do with the gutters and the downspouts, and they're located over here where the house is, outside of the 100 foot.
I have no other questions about infiltration. I mean, if he says he's gonna work that out with
That's clear. I was just making it,
work that out with
just
engineering.
letting everybody know what we're talking about with the Aquifer Protection District.
So I do not see any hands raised. I asked for the public to provide some input, comments, questions. I don't see anything here. So if you hear from the public, you have a question, go to reactions, right? I only have two symbols under reactions. It's clapping or thumbs up. So put one of the reactions, I suppose. Okay, seeing none. Seeing none, I think we've discussed, I think everyone feels exhausted with, I think we've discussed everything thoroughly. So at this point, is there somebody who would like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve 22 Collins with the conditions that we have some invasive management until the order of conditions are, the conditions are for 3 years. And I'd like Chuck to review a planting plan that sufficiently addresses the 5 trees being cut. And somehow, well, just a new planting plan. And that Phil hopefully comes back to us if he ever wants to fill again.
No, no more filling. But yes, I agree to those, but this will be the last project.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there any amendments to the motion, or is there a second?
Can I ask for someone to make an motion to no grading beyond the 50-foot buffer zone line?
Before we get that, I have a point of order. Do we need to vote to close a hearing?
Oh,
Did we already do that?
no.
We have not yet,
Okay.
because first we have to decide whether or not we're going to issue an order of conditions.
Oh, we did that before.
Oh,
Okay.
wait,
No.
I got my order backwards. I thought we closed the hearing and then we made a determination or not.
that's right. Isn't that right, Chuck? I'm all.
So you can close and then discuss conditions and then issue, but you can also discuss conditions within the hearing, because then the applicant can talk to you about them. If you close, then everyone's locked out except for the commission. So it doesn't really matter when you talk about conditions. If you know, it just needs to happen before you issue.
All right.
Does that
So
happen?
we're not take my motion back for now, but I'd like to have an invasive management done for the next 3 years. Yeah, I think the 50-foot line, no fill beyond the 50-foot line seems reasonable.
And can I just comment that I think the reason to have invasive management is because when you do all that grading, you're opening up that area to the possibility of all those invasive seeds taking hold in that new soil. So, you know, we're trying to avoid creating a forest of garlic mustard on the slope there.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
That's fine.
and I'm concerned about the toe of the slope can't be closer than 50 feet, and the slope we now understand to be 3 feet horizontal for every 1 foot vertical. I don't think that is gonna impact the pool itself, but it could be you might need to round off the corner of the patio around the pool in order to get your full 24 feet back from the 50-foot line. So, you know, right now you've got those sharp corners pointing straight at the wetland line. So if you rounded the corner, you might get your gradual slope that you need, the way John was asking about earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely, we're gonna maintain the 50-foot buffer, the property line in absolutely the 3-to-1 slope. And if I have to make changes to the pool, that's something we'll do.
Joe, on here, just quickly, just been waiting.
Chuck, if you want to respond to what Martha said just then.
No, I made a list and one of the things wasn't mentioned, so I just want to make sure that gets discussed. And it was the 5 trees that will be cut for this project and the 4 trees that were previously cut.
Right. The aspect of the filling and the grading, because the proposed and because the existing and the proposed are not shown explicitly contoured on the plan, I was going to suggest that that the order of conditions be in it be stated that the down gradient, the down slope most limits of the shaded fill and slope areas that those limits be the extent of the fill, and everything else appropriately back graded according to that as a starting point, according to the regulations. Because I think the back grading is going to happen. I still don't see how on the plan where the end of the grading is going to be based on 3-to-1. So, Joe?
Yeah, I think this is, so actually maybe this is sort of a question here. So hypothetically, if we approve this with the condition that the fill does not extend past the 50-foot line, and the regulations, I mean, not hypothetically, the regulations state one rise over 3 run slope, and the proposed pool is 9 feet or is 8 feet above the 50-foot line and 20 horizontal feet from it. I think that would mean we would have approved something that wasn't possible.
Well, I don't.
So then I wonder what happens.
Joe, I'm not sure we need to necessarily approve the pool in the location it's at. Necessarily. I mean, here, what we could do is we could just vote on the plan as it is. We could just vote on the plan as it is.
So Joe, that was only half of the regulations in section 3. So no steeper than 3-to-1. But if the slopes are steeper than 3-to-1, then, come up with a plan that's designed and stamped by an engineer. And I think that if Mr. Peterson feels like he can't honor that 50-foot line and has to make the slope steeper, we're going to have to get an engineered plan to review. It just seems like it would be that easy.
Okay, so what would happen is it wouldn't be possible under section 3 part I subpart A, but it would be under part B, and so that would basically be his only option. And then that engineered design with a stamped plan is something that you could approve. You wouldn't need to come back to the commission for that.
No, it would be a modification.
Okay, it would be a modification.
So it could be something that you decide I review. It could be something that you just say, look, we want to make sure that the engineering department is okay with this, and it doesn't have to come back to the Conservation Commission. Or you could be involved and review the plan. It doesn't mean Mr. Peterson has to come back. It just means you have to review it at a public meeting.
Just to be clear on the topic of engineering and infiltration, aquifer protection, and all that, I personally think that part's a red herring, because it's not hard from looking at this plan to infiltrate all of the current roof area well outside of the 100-foot, by installing something outside of the 100-foot zone. So that would not be a modification to what we approved, so he wouldn't need to come back to us with that. So I don't see a problem there. My problem is just trying to vote for a plan where it shows a 9-foot, as I read it, it shows roughly an 8-foot drop in less than 10 feet of space, like a 1/1 slope, and that's a really steep hill. And assume that's not what we're going to end up doing.
That's just that back corner. That's probably the deepest. It's not as, and you can ask the commissioners been out there. That's kind of like the low point.
I mean, if this ended up if there was a plan that showed basically something that just smoothed the grade from the pool to the 50-foot line, I don't think you'd get any. I don't think Phil would get any additional level yard, which I kind of defeats the purpose. I understand getting more yard is part of the idea. On the other hand, that would be totally fine from a conservation perspective. We would have actually reduced the slope, because the current slope at the steep points in that where it drops off is steeper than 3-to-1.
But all good points, Joe. but we do need to go ahead with hard nuts.
Okay.
And we
I mean,
only have
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to vote here.
Do you have another condition that would help you?
I mean,
With that.
I mean, we don't need to specify a condition for anything that's actually in the regulations, right? And we've specified, and we'll specify the 50-foot no fill inside the 50-foot line as a condition already.
Joe, if I can interrupt for a second, if you'll allow me. What I was going to propose was, and I saw your hand was up, Andrew. I'm going to get to you next. What I was going to propose to the commission members is that the southern, western, and northern limits of the green and brown fill area not be exceeded. Chuck, you had said the 50-foot limits. That's not what we're approving on this plan. What we're approving is the fill area specified in the plan, and on that plan, the limits shown on that plan, the most downslope limits, which to me are the limits to the north, to the west, and to the south. So I'm not approving up to 50 feet because 50 feet changes across the site, and that's not the fill area proposed. So what I would vote to approve is that at the northern, western, and southern limits of the proposed fill area, that, you know, the grade meet the natural grade, the existing grade that's there now. However that happens. Okay. Andrew, did you have a question, or is there any discussion about that?
No,
Well,
the only thing I want to clarify from, I like that point, Anika. But when I'm looking at this plan, I see a 96 to 91, so it's only a 5-foot drop. So we're talking about 15 feet, which isn't drawn correctly on this plan, which makes it this more challenging than it needs to be. But we're talking more like a 15-foot horizontal space that's needed. The higher elevation is is where it meets the 97.85, but he's got plenty of space to get that down to the 50-foot buffer line on that side. So just wanted to clarify.
The highest elevation is there's 99 feet, like within the pool area.
The pool.
And if the green area is going to be brought up to the grade of the pool area, that's 99 feet.
No, the back grade, it says it's going to be brought up to 96, 97.
Yeah.
That's what it says on the green area.
But
So look, I think we can only, you know, if the applicant wants us to vote on this and this is the information we have, there's a motion. I think we should proceed.
we have to close the hearing before my motion becomes.
Yeah. So what was the extent of the last condition? I mean, I think all of what Anika said could be summarized as per the plan drawn out by such and such and dated such and such a date. And then you're right there. I don't think he's going to go laterally along the 50-foot line because he's saving that tree in red and he's planting a tree that's in black right there on the plan.
Right.
Trying to follow.
So, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I didn't give permission to, or with my discussion, I didn't give permission to fill all the way along the 50-foot line. I don't think that anyone interpreted it, but I think that, you know, wordsmithing it is a good idea.
So I'm getting a little bit lost. So where are we at? We have a motion. Martha Moore has her hand raised. Go ahead, Martha.
I just want to clarify, the limit of work area is also where the erosion control is going to be? Is that true? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
All right. And I would just like to make a friendly amendment to Andrew's motion, which says that Phil can come back to Chuck with a planting plan that includes at least 8 shrubs on the slope along with the 5 trees. And those 8 shrubs would help to account for past vegetation loss.
8 shrubs, 8 native shrubs, and 5 deciduous trees, or you don't care? Are these full-size trees? Are these, as long as they're native, you're okay with the 5 trees?
Yeah, 5 native trees. Usually, don't we ask for like 2-inch caliper trees?
We asked for 3-inch caliper trees, and we asked for native trees, so that excludes naturalized trees and shrubs.
And if Phil talks to you, he can find out how to get the list with what counts as native trees and run that by you, so he doesn't have to come back to the commission, correct?
Yeah, he can, but Phil, when you do your research, if you just use the Missouri Plant Finder, it would probably speed up the process.
Okay. And there's a list, right? I think
We have a list on our, if you want to go out, all those have been verified.
okay. All right, I'll look at that list first and maybe check that other one and present them to you before.
Commission members, are we specifying the extent of the lawn? Is the lawn going, are we allowing grass? Do you want grass seed throughout the entire filled area? Or should the grass lawn be restricted to part of that area?
I think the proposal right now is explicitly that the slope be seeded with grass. Right?
That's the current.
Did I understand that correctly? Okay.
That is the current proposal.
And some shrubs that I have
Well,
just.
yes, yeah. Right, you can.
So, not hearing any discussion. Andrew?
And I think can I make a motion to close the public hearing for 22 Collins Ave?
Second that.
Okay, we have a second on closing the public hearing. So at this point, we still have the motion hanging out there for.
No, I'll have to re-say that after.
Andy said he withdrew that earlier.
Okay, thank you. Is there another?
Please inform me, but I withdraw my motion. Oh,
Your previous motion, okay. Is there another motion on this notice of intent now that we've closed it?
well,
No, we have to vote.
We need
Okay.
to vote.
All right, let's take a vote on closing.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Chris Scanlon in favor.
Thank you.
Now
Okay.
Andy's gonna make his motion.
All right. So I'll make a motion to approve 22 Collins under the conditions that we do not exceed the limit of work area as shown on the drawing that we are looking at today. There will be a planting plan of 5 trees and 8 shrubs, all native. I would like to see at least one of the trees to be deciduous hardwood. Am I missing anything? Oh, an invasive plan and some invasive management, especially with the garlic mustard for the next 3 years.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
So I think that the conditions that were noted in the meeting are the ones we're going to use. That the 50-foot is clearly marked. That wasn't mentioned, but that's one we're going to do. So if they were noted in the meeting, I'm going to use those as conditions. And if Mr. Peterson at that point in the meeting didn't have any objections, so I'm sure that they were fine. Okay, just wanted to say that.
Any other discussion of the motion? Okay, having no discussion, I'll call for a vote. John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Well, at this point, Chuck, would you just kind of go over what he can expect with the order of conditions and what's happening next?
So we have 21 days to issue from the close of the hearing. And at this point, with where I'm at in town hall, I'm expect all of those 21 days. I will try to get it done earlier, but we're probably looking at that. And I will issue it at that point. So,
Okay.
I mean, you understand there's a 15-day appeal period also.
Okay.
Yeah.
In addition to the 21, or is this all concurrent?
It is in addition.
Okay. So does that mean I couldn't start work on when you issue the notice of intent or the conditions?
Yeah, it does. It means you need to, when I issue that order, things you can do is put up the DEP sign, put in the erosion control, record the order of conditions, finalize your building permit, and get on your contractor's list. And then probably by the time all that's taken care of, the 15-day appeal period's up.
Okay. And that means no removal of the trees until that time either?
Yeah, it's a 15-day mandatory
Okay.
appeal period. Gives
Okay.
all the abutters a chance to appeal and also DEP, and they want to have all 15 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for everybody's time. I appreciate everybody's time and effort. And I'll be sure to follow all the conditions, and I'm sure I'll be following up with a few of you over the course of the project.
Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Chuck, flying right along. 1310 Main. Would you like me to read the script?
Yes. Thank you.
Who do we have tonight speaking on this?
Dan Wells from LEC is here to discuss the resource areas that he found and his report at 1310 Main Street. And I think Jack Sullivan's here, and I see Michael Phillips, and I'll let those people in, and they'll tell me who else is with them tonight.
Okay, great. So I'm going to read the script, and then we'll get introductions, and then I'm going to ask for a recap of today's site visit. I know you guys were there. Sorry I couldn't make it. So at this point, we are going to continue the public hearing for 1310 Main Street for an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation filed by Ocean Breeze Builders LLC, Michael Phillips, under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. For the review and verification of wetland boundaries and resource areas on the property, all work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The owner is seeking to have the Reading Conservation Commission review and approve the wetland delineation and resource areas. The intent is to establish the wetland boundaries and then move forward with a residential subdivision with access off Franklin Street. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 1310 Main Street, Assessor's Map 41, Lot 75 and 84, DEP file number 270-0746. So Dan, thank you for being here, and Jack, and whoever I missed.
Jack, is there anyone else with you that needs to be led into the meeting?
Helen, the landowner.
Sure thing. Okay.
And that's it.
Helen, welcome. And so I will ask for conservation members to just give a quick site visit recap. And then Dan, I'll give you the stage. Okay. I don't know. Anybody want to volunteer? Crickets. Dan, Joe.
Well, and I'll try to be quick. So yes, I think 4 of us visited the site just this morning. In particular, we visited the because there is an isolated wetland that was not on the plans that we looked at last fall. That I understand was identified in the additional review. So we found all the flags from that, observed the sort of vegetation differences between that area and the upland areas around it. There is a slight but real grade in terms of that as a depression. I think that's it. We walked around some of the other parts of the property we hadn't seen before, but not that were sort of adjacent to the resource areas, just getting a better sense of the whole property. Anyone want anything to that?
Okay. People can chime in too if they forget something. So I'll give it to Chuck. Is Dan going next?
Yeah, Dan, why don't you take this over? I just wanted to know if you wanted to share screens or you want me to bring up the plan.
Yes, if you could, that'd be great, Chuck.
Okay.
Okay, while Chuck's doing that, I'll just introduce myself. Dan Wells, I'm a senior wildlife and wetland scientist with LEC Environmental Consultants. And LEC was asked, initially my colleague Tom Paragallo did a peer review of the wetland delineation last year. And Tom had identified some numerous areas that appeared to have the characteristics that could be vernal pool habitat. So Tom recommended, and the commission also requested that the vernal pool be analyzed and surveyed during the appropriate season, which was typically it starts in late March and goes through April in most years. So I will, I think you're still sharing, Chuck?
Yes, that's not up there.
Oh, can I share my screen, I guess was.
Oh,
my
sorry. You want to
question?
share your screen? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to start off with a GIS overview because what's important is prior to my conducting the survey, there's some of the vernal pools were mapped. And let me pull up this ortho photo. So that's not working. I'll go to the next one. So what I wanted to point out was these green dots are potential vernal pools that were already mapped on the MassGIS going into this survey. And there's also these yellow dots are certified vernal pools. And so unfortunately, the location of these dots is never entirely accurate, rarely, I guess, in this case. So this one, which is identified as CVP 594, is shown to be just south of the property line. And it's also shown to be within an upland forest. Right nearby, there's a potential vernal pool, which is mapped. So over on the other side, you can see there's CVP 318, which again is, unfortunately, it's mapped to be right in this right next to this house. So I just wanted to point that out. So going into this, I knew there may be some vernal pools on the property or near the property. So I did my first survey on April 11th, which is pretty much right in the peak time when vernal pool egg masses have been laid. The pools are close to their maximum flooding. So typically the first week of April to mid-April is the peak ideal time to be doing that. So what I discovered was that there was actually 2 areas which I considered separate vernal pools. So what I call this one vernal pool A, It's within the A series wetland. And what I mapped out here is just the on-site portions of approximately what was flooded. And what I observed is, I think that this is all contiguous with this off-site swamp that you can see on the aerial photo here. And my presumption is that this is where the certified vernal pool was probably intended to be over here. So I'm presuming that this entire, from what I could see, I didn't walk into this property, but this all is flooded contiguously. I found 20 spotted salamander egg masses within this on-site portion of the pool. Some of them were down here, some of them were up closer to where it says vernal pool. So clearly, whether or not it is already part of this certified pool, it's certifiable as a new pool, and it certainly is under the bylaw definitions, it certainly is a vernal pool. The next one I'll point out is this one, which is I'm calling Vernal Pool B. This is a town-owned parcel. This all is contiguous with part of the wetland, the A series wetland that comes onto the property. So what I identified is what I believe is approximately the on-site portion of this vernal pool, which in reality encompasses this whole off-site wetland. And I presume again that this is intended to be CVP 318. So these two areas were flagged. I'll show you the site plan next. But I also wanted to point out, I did find other evidence of vernal pool species breeding right here where it says 1 wood frog egg mass. That's in what the B series BVW. And I found 4 wood frog egg masses in this C series BVW. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the guidelines, the Natural Heritage Program has guidelines for certification of vernal pool habitat. And you have to find at least 5 egg masses, and typically it's wood frogs and spotted salamanders. So in this case, there was only 1 wood frog egg mass. So it was well short of the 5 minimum. Over in this area, 4 is obviously close to that minimum. So I went back a week later to kind of do a second investigation to make sure no additional eggs got laid in, after I was there on the 11th. And during that second visit, I confirmed that no new egg masses had been laid. So essentially, at that point, I confirmed or concluded that there were 2 certifiable vernal pools on the site, and those are generally shown in these blue areas. There were some other isolated wetlands that I surveyed, including this D series, which is just to the east of the existing house, and also the E series, which is just off of the driveway to the house. The D series had some standing water, but it was quite shallow. There were no amphibian egg masses. Fairy shrimp is another indicator species that I looked for. I didn't find fairy shrimp in any of these wetlands. So that was basically at that point I concluded that was the extent of the vernal pool habitat on site. So a month later, on May 11th, I went back with Maureen from Norse Environmental, and Maureen delineated the boundaries of these vernal pools, at least the portions that would reflect the buffer zone on towards the uplands. And so I inspected those and confirmed that what was delineated was accurate. So those are shown on the plan. And I just oriented this, I tilted the plan so it's oriented north-south, consistent with the map that I was just showing you. But so down here at the lower part of the plan, you can see they're numbered VP1A all the way up to 12A. And then over on this side, it's 1B, VP1B up to VP7B. So that's, in my opinion, and based on my observations, that's the extent of the boundary of vernal pools that are on the property. This area, I'll go back to this just to point out. So for some reason, this potential vernal pool was mapped over here, closer to and I did investigate that dark area, which is a small ponded area that didn't have anything in it, and this other potential vernal pool mapped down here, it wasn't. I think that's just an error in where it was located. So the bottom line is, the conclusion is, there's 2 vernal pools on site, and the plan that you have before you is accurately represents the boundary of those vernal pools.
Dan, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I'm not sure if you're, I'm not sure if that's your summary. It sounds like you had.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it reasonable or fair to say that the C series wetlands where you found the 4 wood frog masses, and potentially the B series wetlands where you found the 1 wood frog mass, could those, based on the egg masses themselves being present, could those be called potential vernal pools?
That's a good point, and that brings me to some of the photographs I included in my report. So this was, first of all, the C series. This is the one where I found 4 wood frog egg masses. Back when I went back on May 11th, this is what it looked like. It was completely dry, and so the 4 egg masses, there were 3 over on this side and 1 over here. So part of the guidelines, and the definition in the Wetlands Protection Act regs is it has to hold water for 2 months continuously in spring and summer. So I consider the first day of spring, March 21st. It would have to make it to May 21st. So that did not happen this year. And so I certainly can't say it never could be a vernal pool, but based on the field work in 2022, and in my experience, it was not an extreme dry drought year that would have made this an anomalous case for this to dry out. I think so. It's technically, yes, it's potential, but it's not, based on this season's fieldwork, it's not a certifiable vernal pool.
Certifiable this season, definitely. Yep. But the evidence of egg masses there does show it is functioning as a habitat to some extent. It may not be ideal, may not be up to an HESP's certifiable standards, but there is some function that those pools have been providing. That's the evidence I'm seeing.
Yep, exactly. And it's, unfortunately, whatever eggs were laid there did not, they didn't survive. So it was not a viable breeding habitat, I guess, per the definitions, at least again in this year. So, but yes.
Excuse me, Chuck, could you start recording again, please?
I'm working on it.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We rely on those recording stands for our minutes.
Okay, and to your other question about the B series, that one is what the extent of flooding was greater, but again, it was quite shallow, and when I was there on the 11th, it was not completely dry, so I didn't include that as evidence, but it was nearly dry. And I just think the reason there weren't spotted salamander egg masses in there is because these just don't have a very long hydro period, and that's how they always have been. They just, they really need to hold water well into June for these things, just the embryos and larvae to survive. So if this was an extreme drought year, then that may change how I see it. But generally, I just think the spotted salamanders found kind of the deepest parts of this whole wetland system, and over time, they've successfully bred there. So that's why they were laying their eggs there.
Okay, thank you. One other question, and then I'll open up to commission members. That is, did you see any evidence of any endangered species or threatened species?
So in this area, so the site is not mapped, but obviously that doesn't mean they're not there. The most likely other endangered species I could have encountered would be blue spotted salamanders. And that part of my, any egg mass surveys I do, I would be looking for that. I would certainly have made note of that. But the egg masses that I did see were all clearly wood frog and spotted salamanders. So
Okay,
I think it's unlikely that there's rare species breeding there.
okay. I'm going to open up to commission members in roll call order if they have any questions for Dan. So go ahead, John.
I wasn't able to make this site visit, so I wasn't there to see any of this, and I don't think I have anything else to add to the questions that Nika's already brought up.
Okay, sorry, next.
Martha, and I gather you looked at the other 3 isolated wetlands, but did not find any evidence of egg masses in those, correct?
Yeah, the ones that I didn't list here, you mean even
Yeah.
beyond, I mentioned 2 of them. There's one right over here and another one up in this area. Those 2 in particular, they didn't even have any water in them.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't bother. And yeah, so everything that had any amount of standing water was looked at.
Okay. All right. No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, great, Brian.
No, all set. Thank you.
Andrew?
That was good to hear, Dan. Thank you. My only question is beyond the wetlands, what you think the general health of the forested area is, if you could get your professional opinion.
Well, general, you mean the forested wetlands adjacent in the resource area, or the
Just beyond the, so I understand we have the vernal pools and the wetlands delineated, but a lot of the land is just forested uplands, and just curious what you think the health of the, because it's been like this for a long time. I'm not a professional ecologist. I don't know what I'm looking at, so.
Yep.
Get your opinion.
I mean, you can see on this aerial that's quite dense white pine cover, and this is everything I had saw was pretty common, white pine oak forest. Not a lot of invasives that I recall seeing throughout this area. And overall, the wetlands themselves seem to be a pretty almost pristine overall wetland system. I know the town, I think the town owns all of this too. Seemed to be pretty undisturbed from what I could see of it. So yeah, overall, not a highly degraded uplands, adjacent to these vernal pools.
And then for Vernal Pool A, the large one that extends up to Main Street, do you think those 2 are, I mean, they work as a system, right? That large one that we have on our site that goes on to, and then there's this smaller one, but this seems like a very large kind of vernal pool, almost of a system, right? I mean, like they're working together, or do you think they're really isolated?
No, exactly. That's a good point. So the area in between, there's a reason I didn't just lump this all in,
Yes.
vernal pool A and B. It narrows down. You can kind of see it's like a stream. And so all of this kind of drains. I'm not sure about, I think probably this too, drains up to here, then it flows eastward into vernal pool A and kind of ponds up. But there's this maybe this dark line down here. I believe there's the stream channel continues and it goes under Main Street to the east. So I think all of this, yes, this is all kind of one big connected system.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks, Dan.
Okay, thanks. I have one more follow-up question, then I'm going to go to Chuck and see if the public has any questions for you. Well, 2 actually. It's great to have you here as an expert in this because it's very helpful. So just to pick your brain, do you have any guesses or sort of educated estimates as to what the typical distance wood frogs and spotted salamanders would travel from uplands to get to the breeding habitats? I've heard estimates from, I've heard a variety, but I don't know if these 2 species have a particular range.
Sure, there's quite a bit of scientific literature documenting this, and I myself, early in my career, participated in a lot of studies where we, you put fences called drift fences and pitfall traps around the vernal pool, so you can, and then another outer row of traps, so you can actually catch individual salamanders and wood frogs in one spot and see how far they came from. So I think it's well documented that they can travel 1,000 feet, some individuals, but the literature also suggests that, the greatest densities of these spotted salamanders and wood frogs is, within the innermost 100 to 300 feet, more or less, but each site is unique. There's no exact number, but generally, yes, the closer you are to the vernal pool, the more important it is, the more densities of them. But in some cases, the type of vegetation affects how many are there, the type of, bedrock geology. So that it's very complicated, but generally animals can move, have been documented to move, well over 1,000 feet to get to a vernal pool.
Okay, and as you might probably guess, one of my follow-ups is noticing the forested uplands around these vernal pools and potential vernal pools. Do you have any guesses as to which areas in the uplands might be more likely for these habitats?
I didn't, that wasn't something that I really looked at. That was kind of beyond my scope, but all I can say is, clearly there's a house and a driveway. So anything near that existing kind of developed degraded habitat wouldn't be used by these animals. But beyond that, I think that's, I don't want to get into speculation. I think it would just be speculation.
That's fair. That's fair. I just thought I'd get a magic answer that gives me information I'd love to have. Anyway, thank you. And just to check with the public, any members of the public have any questions? Okay. Not seeing any. Thanks, Dan. I'm going to open it up to you, Chuck. And
Yeah, hi Dan. I appreciate you coming out there, and it seems like you really worked hard for us to check these out, even going back to, make sure that another egg mass hasn't been, hung or found in that one spot. To me, this seems to be a unique area, that there's a cluster of vernal pools and potential vernal pools that have, and one that's fairly big, and that have kind of gone into this area and kind of survived over a lot of development that's happened around it. I mean, you just said when Anika asked a question that the habitat area would not include any degraded areas. And then we're looking for something between 100 and 300 feet for the most density. I was wondering, in your experience, if you've gone back to areas where you've done some research and found out after development there's less vernal pools in that area, and that habitat becomes degraded. Again, at the beginning in Reading, we had the most vernal pools, I guess, in this part of the state, and the town was pretty proud of that. And one of the teachers here was out there with his AP students and certifying vernal pools. And I did notice that we kind of got stuck around somewhere under 100, where other towns have continued to certify vernal pools. But these vernal pools weren't part of Leo Kinney's work. And certainly the ones that were certified were, but the other ones that are in there in the isolated wetlands. So my question is, back to my question, which was, do these areas get degraded when there's development and lawn, or is there a way to condition a project that prevents that?
guess I'm not sure exactly the question. I mean, in general, you need the vernal pool has to be high quality. It has to hold water long enough for animals that lay their eggs in it to survive. So that alone, you may have the nicest looking vernal pool in the world, but if it dries up every year in mid-April, it's not really, it's not functioning as a vernal pool. It's not successfully putting out offspring. And vernal, so generally you need intact forest. These animals, other than the breeding season, they live in the leaf litter, they live in, the salamanders live in burrows underground that shrews make, so you need, and all of that is in forest. So you need forest cover adjacent to a vernal pool. It's possible to have some limited amount of development around the vernal pool without wiping out a population. So that's what you're seeing here. There's clearly there's still populations of both of those species surviving in this area. So I don't think, I think there's no cookie cutter answer. Every site is unique in its topography, geology, soil types, land cover. So it's possible. Back to your question about revisiting some of the studies. Unfortunately, a lot of the, there's funding for a study initially, and then it's impossible to, so it's cost prohibitive to go back and revisit a lot of these areas. But I guess I don't know. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Chuck. But
Let me do a follow-up. Was the vernal pool, or the potential vernal pool, with one egg mass and 4 egg masses close to the driveway and the development area?
vernal pool, though, what I call pool C is somewhat fairly close to the house and the driveway, but the reason, in my opinion, the reason that there were only 4, or there were only wood frogs and not spotted salamanders, is because that's just, it doesn't hold water long enough. It has a short hydro period. There's quite a bit of upland forest between that pool and I think it's a veterinary hospital to the north. There's a fair amount of forest there. So there could be, if that vernal pool held water long enough, there could be animals surviving there. So the presence of the house and the driveway wouldn't inhibit that vernal pool from having more animals breeding in it. I think it's the hydro period in that case.
So the water for the isolated wetland is groundwater or surface? I'm just thinking that maybe the development changed the water course, the flow patterns, or something to that effect, and we just have some stubborn wood frogs out there that haven't understood they need to move on, because this one's not going to be valid for the full season.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate as to the history of the development or what could have caused that, but it's perfectly well could be that it's just a natural phenomenon that it dries up too quickly. And keep in mind, those vernal pools were certified, but based on their numbers of certification, that they were certified many 2 decades ago, possibly. So somebody presumably looked hard in that area, whoever certified those, and it's there's probably the reason those potential vernal pools weren't certified is even back then they weren't functioning as vernal pools.
All right, thank you.
Okay. At this point, I guess I'll turn to the applicant. So Jack, is there anything you wanted to say, or?
Yeah, just briefly, for the record, Jack Sullivan, owner of the Sullivan Engineering Group. I was out with Maureen from LEC Environmental and Dan on site when the vernal pools were flagged. we're in agreement with LEC. And I did survey all the vernal pool flag locations and they're reflected on the plan. So at this time, we're just hoping the commission can approve the BVW delineation and the vernal pool delineation and get an ORAD issued for this project.
Okay. In that case, I do see Maureen Harold is here. I don't know if she has any comments. Maureen, if you had any comments or questions.
No comments.
Okay, and also Helen. So please, anybody, Jack, Helen, Maureen, if you have any questions, raise your hand. I did want to open up the resource area discussion and what we would be looking at for this ORAD decision. One of the things, I'm just going to kick this off by saying, one of the requests is for this ORAD to cover lot 84, which is the triangular parcel to the south. However, there's exactly 0 resource area mapped on that. So is there any, you don't want this ORAD to cover that lot?
That's correct.
Because I thought
we can exclude lot 84. That's not part of it.
Okay. A second thing I wanted to mention was during a prior order of conditions for the house, other resource area, although it is, other resource area commented on was isolated land subject to flooding as an additional resource area. So any comments on that?
What area was it referring to, Anika?
I wish I could tell you, Jack. It was a, hold on, I've got the date. It was a prior order of conditions from 2007. I wasn't able to find a plan for that order of conditions, either on Middlesex South Registry of Deeds or at Town Hall. But the resource areas described in the order of conditions registered to the property said the resource areas were vernal pools, BVW, and isolated land subject to flooding.
Okay, but it didn't include isolated wetlands.
I don't know if we had that in the regs at that date.
Okay.
I think the regs were modified. Hold on, sorry. I have it. Yeah, regs were modified in 2012. So that was so I guess part of me is wondering, for this ORAD, are you also asking, like, do you want to address are you asking for?
I'm basically looking for the wetland flags to be approved, the location of the wetland flags and the location of the vernal pool flags. I would think the commission could, in the ORAD, state that no determination has been made on any potential ISFL locations.
Right. If we've done that in the past, that is definitely something, and I'm sure, as you understand, any future filings, if any future, development filings come in, you got to delineate all resource areas.
Correct. Yep.
So any questions about the resource areas as the wetland flags and the vernal pool extents? Any questions from commission members on that? Martha?
I just realized that I did not walk the line of vernal pool flags because it was on the far side of the wetland line. So I can't make a judgment from my own viewing of those flags that they are accurate, but I don't think we need to be able to have seen them to accept them. Is that correct?
It's right. You don't have to. You can take the professional opinion of who's prepared the plans.
Okay. All right.
And Dan, maybe you could, Dan and or Jack, if you could just speak up about how the vernal pool limits were mapped.
Yeah, Maureen and I were there together at the same time, and it's fairly well defined where there's, you know, the standing water kind of transitions into more of, you know, vegetated swamp with ferns. You know, it's, I think it was pretty straightforward, in my opinion, how to define that line.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from commission members? Seeing none. Okay, Andrew.
I had a question, but I see that Andrew has his hand up, so please take him first.
Go ahead.
Sure, here's this more interesting. I mean, I'm just, for the map that we would be approving, I see we have all the 35, 25-foot zones for the BVW, but would we be showing any zones for the vernal pools on this map?
I believe at this point, all that we are being asked to approve, please correct me, Jack, if I've got this wrong, is the actual delineated flag limits for the wetlands and for the vernal pools.
That's correct. And the reason I didn't show a 100-foot buffer on the vernal pool is I know it's a discretionary buffer, where the BVW, you have established 25, 35, and 100-foot buffers. So that's the only reason I show them. But yeah, we're just basically looking for approvals of the flag locations.
Yeah, so that does that help, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm learning here.
Yeah, so an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation is purely that. All the applicant is asking is what are the specific resource areas, which is why now we're narrowing it down to we're only going to make a determination on flags for the wetlands and the flags for the vernal pool limits. I think
where I wanted to jump in.
I think it would be also fair to incorporate in our decision the findings from LEC and the possibility of potential vernal pools also being located at the site.
So I don't know why we're making this accommodation to exclude the isolated vegetated wetlands.
We're not.
Those are wetland flags.
So everything on the plan is going to be included in the determination? I just kept on asking you, is there anything that we have discovered that won't be part of this determination? I see Joe shaking his head vigorously. Is that true, Jack?
I wasn't excluding the isolated wetlands. Those are included. All the flag locations, the isolated wetland, the BVW and vernal pool, that's what should be included. If Joe has his hand up, if he has something to add. But
I just think there may have been a mishearing going on here. Distinction between isolated wetland and isolated land subject to flooding. Anika asked whether we were making any determination as to the absence or presence of isolated land subject to flooding. And my understanding is no, we're not saying anything about that either way. We're just saying these are the wetlands, including isolated wetlands and bordering vegetated wetlands.
I agree.
Thank you, Joe. And Jack.
Okay, any other discussion? Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I have to ask a procedural question because I don't think we've actually done an ANRAD in my year here. So
Well, just as a little coaching here, so for an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, an ANRAD, what we have to close it first, right, Chuck? Okay, so I'll take a motion to close.
Move to close the hearing on 1310 Main Street.
I'll second that.
Go ahead and vote.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
I was going to actually ask a question.
Can you make it quick, Andrew? Or can you ask?
I mean, I understand we're just talking about the flags, but I wanted to know about the history of the sites. My understanding is it's a Chapter 61 site, so there's probably a stewardship management plan at some point in the past. It may or may not be relevant, but
So,
because it may not affect the flags, but I don't know. I know before we close the public hearing, I want to put that on the table.
Andrew, I did a little digging into that this week, just independently, and checked around. I did notice that at least one of these lots claimed Chapter 61 for the tax year 2021. However, I was told by the official powers that be that these parcels that we're making a vote on tonight have since paid out their back taxes, which gets them out of Chapter 61. But yes, for a number of years, going back to as early as 2008 or earlier, the large parcel, which is lot 75, had a forest management plan, and it was Chapter 61 land, but it is no longer, is my understanding.
But what was the purpose when in the management plan? What were some of the stated objectives? That's what I'm trying to get a better understanding of.
I don't have that. I don't have that plan. That's
And we're not going to get that.
we're not going to get it. But it was a logging plan. It was selective.
So it seems like that that question is more appropriate for the notice of intent.
Okay.
If that comes along, I mean, we're really restricted here to resource areas, and resource areas can be on Chapter 61 land. So I think that the history of how we got here, I'd like to know myself, but it would be more appropriate for the notice of intent.
Yeah, I'm just curious because this land's changed over the years and would be helpful to know how it's changed. And because now we're kind of stabilizing it in one more moment in time. And I'd like to take a more historical perspective but I get it. So I approve to close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Anika Scanlon in favor. So now that the public hearing is closed, is there a motion to approve the vernal pool flags, the potential vernal pool locations as described in LEC's report, and all the wetlands flags, including isolated wetlands, as shown on the plan?
So moved.
Second.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Durbin in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Dan, well, thank you for your time tonight. It's been really valuable. Can't thank you enough for all what you've provided us.
Oh, you're very welcome. My pleasure.
Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Thank you, Helen, for coming out tonight. And I don't know, Maureen and Jack, if you're staying on for additional hearings.
I think I'm next.
Okay. Okay. In that case, screaming right along, let's get to the next one. 15 Carriage Lane. Jack.
Yep.
This is an RDA. Is the applicant here as well?
Yep, the applicant's on, Chuck. It's Kate D.
Okay,
Okay, just 1 second. I'm just getting the plan.
Kate, welcome. I'm just gonna, welcome back. I'm going to read the script. We're going to continue now with the public hearing for 15 Carriage Lane. It's a request for determination of applicability filed by Rachel and Jason Casey under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, in the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, to install a 24-foot above-ground pool on an existing lawn with minimal grading and leveling. Patio blocks will be moved into the area by wheelbarrow. Also, the back deck railings and decking will be replaced. The porch will be renovated with windows, door, and a door, and the staircase is going to be moved. All the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project, Assessor's Map 48, Lot 53, RCC file number 2022-3. Kate, welcome.
And
Yep.
Mika, I just want to say, I think that blurb that you just read has the owner's name wrong.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Please correct me.
Yes, it was, I'm not sure why it's wrong.
Mistake happened. I apologize. Just bear with me. Kate DePalma. Thank you. I apologize. Do you,
Yeah, I can step through the plan, Anika.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Chuck. So when we last came before you, the commission they had conducted a site walk. There was a concern with the location of flag 6A. A few of the commission members thought that flag 6A should move 5 feet up gradient. So that flag was moved. You can see on the plan, I show the original location, then I show the new flag 6A location. And in doing that, the 25-foot, 35-foot, and 100-foot buffer zones moved as well, and those have been reflected on the plan. Off the existing deck, we're having some steps and a platform leading down to where the pool area would be. Those had to be relocated as well to be outside the 35-foot no structure zone by moving flag 6A. The previous location would have been inside the 35-foot. So we spoke with the architect and we were able to move the steps and platform. You can see we're about 36 feet away now. Also, to the rear of the property, there was a shed. I know Kate at the last meeting stated how it used to actually be on the abutting land. It got moved to this location. There was a concern because it was within the 25-foot no disturbance zone. So now that shed's being fully removed from the site. It's not even going to be relocated on the property. Kate's having it removed completely from the site. And then the commission, in looking at some past aerial photos, were concerned that it appears some vegetation might have been removed, and there was an opportunity on this site to provide some enhancement plantings. I had asked the question, what you were looking to reclaim as part of that, and it sounded like 5 to 8 feet from the wetland line. So I've provided four plants, well, three plants and 1 tree to be planted. So we're showing 3 different varieties of plants and shrubs, a total of 15 to be planted. And then we're proposing one white spruce, 6 feet high, 3-inch caliber to be planted right in the area where the shed's being removed. So you can see the enhancement plantings. We were able to line them basically right from flag 5A going all the way back to the back of the site at 9A. So that entire area will now be planted. You can see there's some existing trees that I show, and then the area that the white spruce will be planted with the sheds to be removed. So I think that covers all the changes. I know Kate also provided a pool operation and maintenance plan to Chuck on, over the winter season, how things would be dealt with. I believe she submitted that to Chuck as well as part of this application. So I believe we covered all the questions brought up at the last hearing, but I'll turn it back to the commission to see if there's any additional comments.
Okay, thank you. I just had two small comments. Well, just a couple comments. First of all, I like the way this plan looks. Thank you for the additional plantings near the relocated shed area. Is there any significant soils going to be excavated or any dewatering going to happen for the installation of the new structures in the back of the house?
No, it's going to be an above ground pool, so it's really just handwork to place the crushed stone. There'll be no need to dewater. There will be really. It's not like putting in an in-ground pool where they have to dig down and excavate. It's all going to be handwork in that area.
Okay, but the new steps, are those going to be Bigfoot footings for the new stairs?
Oh, I see where you're going, Anika. Do you know that, Kate? I can't remember what the architect came up with on that. I don't know if there's Bigfoots or not.
It's not going to be a full foundation under the stairs, I'm sure.
Yeah, if it is, it's just a couple sonotubes. And then the bottom step will probably be placed on like a small concrete slab, for support.
Okay.
But I don't see any need to dewater, even with those footings.
And the description said renovate the porch and windows. There's not going to be a new foundation anyway.
No, nope.
Okay. And another thing I just want to comment is to the upper part of along the property boundary to the page north, near that S132658W.
Yep.
Property limits. That property is, I was just checking it out in the resource area maps. That property has a conservation restriction on it as part of another property. And it also happens to have somewhere back in there, somewhere, I think more than 100 feet away, as far as I could tell, a potential vernal pool. So you got some great habitat back there, Kate. And so, yeah, just thought I'd point that out. That's about it. I'll open up to the rest of commission members, starting with John.
I don't think I have anything further to ask on this one.
Thanks, Martha.
I appreciate the changes you've made to accommodate our requests. And I don't remember you mentioning it, but we are planning that the play structure will be removed when your children are old enough not to need it anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Martha, if you're all set.
Yep.
Okay, Joe.
So I actually did get to Andy and I did do a site visit the other day because we were not able to make the earlier site visit. So I was actually able to see things like, so where the I guess a new 6A flag wasn't hung, but we could see where it would be. I assume that when we approve this plan, we're approving the flags as marked on the plan and not the flags as hung or not hung on the site. Is that correct, by the way? That's sort of a procedural question for Anika and Chuck.
Anika?
Can you re-clarify that? I'm sorry.
So the location flag 6A has been updated on the plan, but not in real life. Because in real life, there isn't a thing there to hang a flag on, or rather there's an adorable little flower. Okay. I joked with Kate about hanging a flag on it when I was there.
Okay.
But yeah, so, but I assume that what we're approving is the plan and not the flags that are hanging in real life. So, what is that, right?
Correct.
Great. In that case, I have no other questions. Thanks.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, I have one point of clarification. Jack, when you were walking us through the plan just then, you mentioned the crushed stone in the bed underneath the pool. Last time, I believe it was Chuck who asked about that bed protruding beyond the pool, and Kate said, you're fine having grass right up to the pool. So that crushed stone we're talking about, that's still entirely under the pool and nothing extending beyond it. Is that true?
I'm showing stone to be placed along the perimeter, and like you said, Brian, we're fine putting grass up to the pool edge. I think Chuck's comment was more, did the crushed stone play into the structure of the pool? And it really didn't. So Chuck, you could jump in on that one. If Chuck has a concern with just the stone, it's more an aesthetic thing around the pool instead of having grass right up to it. It has nothing to do with the structure of the pool on the outside. But if Chuck still has a concern with it, you know, we could change that.
Yeah, I think where I was going with that is the pool is the water, the surrounding shell, and the stabilization bars, along with what they need to be stabilized, which could be the crushed stone. So an accommodation that you made was to remove the crushed stone in the that kind of came out from underneath the shell of the pool, and then whatever you would do with those stabilization bars, I'm not sure, but that was what I thought we agreed on. And I, probably being a, just trying to look at the regulations, didn't want you to cross the line, the 35-foot line, with any work. Actually don't want to cross the line with any stabilization bars either, but this is a very tight site. So that's where I was going.
I think we could say that the stabilization bars extend 9 inches out from the pool edge, and the 35-foot setback to the wetland is from the edge of the bracing. So we could have it that the stone will not extend more than 9 inches out from the pool edge and will not extend beyond the stabilization bars.
And do you think that is that going to go beyond the 35-foot?
Nope.
Okay, that's
Nope.
good. No work beyond the 35-foot.
Right. Does that help? Does that help, Brian?
Yeah, so having instigated that conversation, I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Andrew?
Ditto what everyone else says. Thanks for making lots of these changes. I see, Jack, that you added some planting to kind of accommodate the grabbing of the land in the backyard there over the years. How wide is that swath of, and how many shrubs have you added?
So there's a total of 15 shrubs and 1 tree. So a total of 16 plantings.
Okay. And there's not like a buffer from the fence to the inside, but like, is it 5 feet that you're trying to keep them within, or?
That I was trying to keep it about 5 feet. I think at the last meeting, that's what we were saying, try to extend about 5 feet off the wetland line. So it would give some, at some point, this will become like natural vegetation, give a little bit of vegetation prior to the wetland line.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, Chuck?
Yeah, Jack, I was wondering how you chose your plant list and what's out there that kind of pushed you in the direction of mostly shrubs and one deciduous evergreen.
Sure. So Kate actually asked for the white spruce to be planted in the shed location, which she likes. So we put that on there. And then the other shrubs, I just went off your native plant list. Low bush blueberries, always popular, summer sweet, and spice bush. Those are 3 common native plantings that I typically choose. I did tell Kate that when it comes to plant these, sometimes the nurseries may not have availability of certain species. And if she wanted to make a change, she'd have to run it by you first, but we have to see what's available at the nursery. But the 3 that I picked are usually generally available.
Sure. I was just looking at the aerial, and I noticed that there's a lot of deciduous trees out there, and I think that the groundwater must be quite high, and I was concerned about the evergreen, the low bush blueberry, and some of those plants. Did you look into that? I mean, you know, plants that like to get their feet wet type of decisions that you.
I did not. I mean, I've
think you're
had
gonna
good luck
have
with
some-
these threes before. I know they're suited for wet areas. I don't know about the white spruce, but that's a little bit more towards the upland side.
Well, I would say the low bush blueberry also is going to have an issue out there. And my other comment was that it seemed to be, it seemed to be spread out instead of condensed to make kind of like more of a habitat. Do you expect those to fill in, or is this going to be eventually filled in by Kate and the rest of the family to create like a garden bed?
Well, the idea, I wasn't looking to clump these together, and it was more to provide spacing, but extend along that rear lot line, but only come out, like we said, about 5 feet. When these, they can, the mature width of some of these plants are 3 to 5 feet. So it'll start to fill in that area and provide a nice buffer to the wetland line. But the idea wasn't to try to clump them together. It was to extend along the entire line.
Yeah, I think you should change out the plants they talked about to something that's a little more water tolerant. It's just going to create work for the homeowner and myself. So there's probably something, I mean, that could even, I don't know. It might, you should just look into that, just make sure.
Yep, we can, okay, you can speak.
I did want to add that I briefly spoke to a landscaper that I feel like she has knowledge of, and I was asking her if she has, knowledge of what would work there well. And I briefly told her what Jack had proposed. So she said I could reach back out to her in a couple of weeks. She'd have more time and she would be willing to offer advice for that exact reason, what would work better in the wetlands.
If you do, just tell her that you expect that there's high groundwater out there, and then ask her if she thinks that plant list will work or not. And if she agrees, then that's good enough for me.
Would I do you for if she changes any of the plants? Do I then
Yes, let us know.
I'll see. I think we've pretty much wrapped everything up, but are there any last questions from commission members? Nope, not seeing any. At this point, I'll take a motion on this one. And we don't have to close it because it's not a hearing, right? It's a meeting.
If we don't need to close the hearing, then I'll go ahead and move to issue a negative determination of applicability for 15 Carriage Lane. Negative means not a problem. Just always have to say that because people get nervous when you say negative.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none. I'll take a vote.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Thank you, Kate, for coming back and this great plan. And we look forward to seeing these things thrive. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yep, thank you, everyone.
Okay. Chuck, at this point, the next on our agenda is Zero Small Lane, which according to my email, it looks like it's continued. So you want to give us an update?
Yeah, can we get a vote on Zero Small Lane to continue it until June 8th?
I'll make a motion to continue Zero Small Lane to June 8th.
I'll second that.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. Okay, thank you, Chuck. So at this point, we're up to the next public hearing is for notice of intent for 572 Summer Ave. It's notice of intent filed by LLC James Gerard pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant proposes to construct an in-ground swimming pool deck, gazebo, shed, crushed stone driveway, retaining wall. Remove a tree, install fence, landscape planting, grading, and associated utilities. Portions of the work are within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office at 16 Lowell Street in Reading, and on the Conservation Division webpage under the current project 572 Summer Ave. Assessor's Map 8, Lot 137, DEP file number 270-0757. And I understand we had a site visit on Monday. We have received a revised plan since our last meeting. And so I'll take the site visit comments first. And I will just review after that what the site plan changes are. And then we will open it up to the applicant. Is any volunteers to report on the site visit?
Sure. So the site visit, there's a lot of us here. I don't know if we specify, but we reviewed the wetland flags, their location. We even got an auger out to look at the soil. I think we established that they seemed, I guess this is a discussion, but from our site visit at that time, without any discussion, they seemed like they were, from looking at the soils, they were appropriately placed, the wetland flags. And we spent some time looking at the driveway adjacent to the house where there's some proposed fill, trying to understand the elevation of what is there and what is going to happen. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, any more comments about the site visit?
I'll jump in to add, we did note some invasive plant species outside the fence. We talked a little bit about those. I don't remember anything else we discussed in the site visit though besides that. When we talked about the plants which are currently placed in roughly the positions where they are proposed to be planted. So that made it very easy to visualize what's proposed here.
One other comment from the site visit, we did notice that there was some leaf material and sticks and things outside the fence, which would make it in the 25-foot zone near where the gate is on the left side, near where it says existing 4-foot CLF on the diagonal side. So concern about that yard waste. And also we noticed that the dead twin apple tree to be removed is possibly not in good shape, but it does have a lot of leaves on it. So it's not actually a dead tree.
Okay. I still have the site visit notes from February, believe it or not, that you drafted, Martha. And at that time, you were unable to find flag 9A. Has that been resolved? I don't know if that.
I don't think we necessarily looked for 9A this trip. We certainly found 7A and 8A.
And 6A.
Yeah. And 6A was the one we were most concerned about, whether it was accurate. So we spent most of our time at 6A.
Okay, and 9A, even if it moved a little bit, is not in an area. Maybe our determination can stop with flag 8A. I don't know if the commission wants to make that decision, or what are your thoughts on that, commission members?
I remember, I'd have to look at my notes, but I remember being at the site visit in February, and being able to find 9A, and it seemed appropriately spotted.
Okay. Okay. That's good enough for me. Okay, so any more comments on the site visit? No? Okay, so we have a new site plan. Changes made since the previous plan was sent to us include the addition of synthetic turf, as you can see in the middle of the plan being shared. The addition of a proposed 1 foot wide by 2 foot deep infiltration trench. I think that means, should be saying infiltration trench, filled with river rock around the pool deck and the gazebo. Also, to the eastern side of the property, a proposed retaining wall was taken out, and the size of the proposed crushed stone drive on the east side of the property was reduced in size. And as far as there was also the proposed plantings of the 6 dogwoods, 12 dogwoods and 10 blueberries. So I'm just gonna pass this over to Maureen at this point and just make sure I've recapped it and see if there's anything she wants to add.
No, you did a great job recapping the project. So I can open it up to the commission with any concerns. I think the big hurdle was establishing the wetland boundary. Seems like the commission is comfortable with that. So hopefully we can proceed with the rest of the project.
Okay. I'll open it up to the commission in roll call order for questions or comments.
Hi, thanks, Maureen. So that proposed stone driveway, is the intention that cars are going to be pulling back through there to the back of the house?
So I think JC is on the call as well, but
House.
Yes, I
Bring
have,
it to the
I have
back.
a vehicle parked there presently.
Okay. All right.
Just for the sake of the record, could you please introduce yourself?
JC Gerard,
Resident at 572.
572 Summer Ave, Reading.
Thank you.
Okay, and then apologies if I missed this, but what are all the little green circles throughout the back? Are those proposed plantings or existing plantings?
proposed.
Proposed.
Mhm.
Okay, and what kind of planting are they going to be? What
Some of
species?
them are already planted. The ones that are between the deck and the pool are outside the 100-foot zone.
Mhm.
And I haven't determined anything there. The stuff between the pool and the proposed crushed stone, those would be more of a like a hedge type, like maybe a California privet or some arborvitaes, a low growing type. Where else are you looking at? By the shed, everything is already planted there. I have plants there.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me for now, Anika.
Okay, thank you, John. Martha?
I'm concerned that all the shrubs that are going to be planted are on the inside of the chain link fence, and the 25-foot natural vegetation zone is on the outside of the chain link fence. So I'd really like to see some of those shrubs moved back to the other side. And along with that, have some invasive control in that area. Chuck, can you move the map down so we can see the far side of the fence? Because there is evidence that there are some trees that have died. There's a dead tree there on the plan. And I'd really like to see some vegetation deliberately filled in outside the fence in order to compete against those invasives that are trying to come in that area. I wouldn't mind having some of the shrubs on the inside, but I'd like to see some on the outside as well.
Okay.
And and I was also thinking, because they're taking down apple tree and because there used to be some trees outside the fence, I'd love to see a couple of red maples planted out in that 25-foot zone of natural vegetation area.
And who's going to pay for those?
Well, if it's determined that that's,
And you're talking a $700 tree. You're talking 3, that's, you know.
No, I said 2.
Okay.
Jason, if it's determined that that's the decision of conservation, that's a requirement.
Well, I started out having the plants on the outside of the fence because we talked about my dogs. And then you suggested to put the plants on the inside of the fence. So I had somebody draw up this plan, spent the money, and we put the plants on the inside. Now you're talking about the outside again. So I'm not quite sure, you know, go ahead.
We're talking about resource area. Our edict, our requirement is to.
And the dead trees were elm trees that were eaten by the elm bark beetle.
Okay. If we're here to be enforcing the Wetlands Protection Act. So when we see degraded habitat, when we see things that have been done without a permit within our jurisdictional area, when we see impacts, we have the authority and we have the mandate by state law to request mitigation and to request measures protective of the resource areas we're supposed to protect. So this is a process we go through to discuss those changes. Okay? So go ahead, Martha.
Those were basically my requests, except for the other piece about the yard waste that's outside the fence. I'd like to see that cleaned up so that we can encourage native vegetation in that zone of natural vegetation, not to have the vegetation be smothered under leaves and branches. And I think when we were there in February, we weren't able to see what was growing. And when we were there in May, we were able to see that there are some invasive species coming in where those elms died. And it would be good to avoid having that area get filled up with invasive species, and planting some natives outside the fence and some trees that can provide shade will help to protect that area from invasive species coming in. That's all.
Okay, Martha, thank you. Next.
So the only question I have here, just because I'm wondering if there's something missing from the plan. So obviously we've heard about the four-legged residents, and so I'm wondering, the fence doesn't wrap around. Like currently, there's a existing wire fence, which I understand is the dogs area. Is the existing wood fence going to be connected to the house? I guess that would probably be outside the buffer zone, outside the 100-foot buffer anyway. But I'm just curious about the.
Yeah, eventually it's going to be closed off. I don't know how we're going to do it yet.
Okay. That was the only thing I was wondering about. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, my camera's off because I have to plug my computer in. So keep going.
Okay, so I'm next. So my main point, which I've made in other places in the past, has to do with the work that has been done on this property historically over the years without getting approvals. You say that trees came down on their own with various elm disease, that's fine. The fence certainly was not permitted. I think you said that was 6 or 8 years ago or something like that. And so I find ourselves in the same position we've been before, where work has been done, not permitted, and now that the homeowner wants a pool, all of a sudden attention's being paid to the process, to regulations and what have you. That does not fill me with a warm feeling. So maybe to double down on what other folks have been saying, I would like to see trees planted outside the fence to somewhat replace what's come down over the years. If you look back over the years at the area photography, especially in the two corners, they're much clearer than it was before. That's all I can see. I can't see beetles crawling around. I just know there were trees, now there's not, and there's a fence when before there wasn't. So from my perspective, for me to be able to approve this, I would have to see plantings out there of trees that will survive and have as good a habitat value as we can get. So I realize that wasn't a question, it's a statement, it's an observation. That's my position at the moment. With that, I'm done. Anika, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Thanks. Thanks for coming back to us, JC, with the new plan. We've had 2 plans come in over the past week, one with plantings on the inside, one with the plantings on the outside. And as I'll explain in a moment, I would like to see both of those plans overlaid. So you're doing plantings inside and outside. And the main reason is you have a fence that is built against the buffer zone. It goes right up against the 25-foot buffer zone. Had you come before us to ask if you could do that, we would have said no, push it back to the 35-foot zone. We're not even talking about what you have proposed. We're just talking about, we're getting caught up on the fence, which is a violation, which is unfortunate because you've got a lot going on. So for me, the plantings are just to appease the fence that was built 5 years ago without permission. Looking at the plan, everything is, as long as everything is as proposed, I suppose it's okay. My one question on this one really is, how much impervious paved ground is there going to be? I don't know if that's listed after all of this is complete. Is that on here, Maureen? The amount of between the pool and the synthetic turf? I don't know if synthetic turf is that impervious or pervious, the gazebo, the shed.
On the site plan on the left, on the bottom, it says proposed lot coverage.
3,000 square, that doesn't.
2874.
2874 square feet, or because the lot is long, the lot is huge. It goes way back into the wetlands. So even though he's proposing a large amount of square feet of coverage, of additional impervious, it's 6% of the lot.
I have to spend more time with these numbers.
Um,
Less than 3,000 square feet for all that seems, I mean, the house itself has got to be 1,500 square feet, right? Where are we? Sorry, I guess I should have spent more time with it. But again, we've been caught up on the violation and not really talking about the proposal.
So this is,
do you have?
just to clarify, is this is in the Aquifer Protection Districts? Oh, so that's 6% of the lot. What do we, why we, what's, is that just,
It's just a question.
oh, just a
Just a
data
question.
point?
I'd
Okay,
like to
thank you.
know.
Right.
So to offset the impervious area, we are proposing the infiltration trench. That was brought up, I believe, at the initial meeting. So the infiltration trench does cover most of the pool area. And then we have, in addition to that, we have the stone that follows the chain link fence out back as well.
Right.
So Andrew, I can come back to you with more questions if you'd like.
Yeah, if I can make sense of the numbers, maybe I'll have a comment on that. But yeah, so for me, my main thing is I would like to see the two plans that we've had sent overlaid. So we have plantings on the inside and plantings on the outside of the fence. And I understand that after those are planted, as JC mentioned when we were there, beyond the fence, you won't touch anymore. Inside the fence, well, beyond any invasive removal, inside the fence, you could have as much fun as he wants.
Okay. I'm gonna just comment, maybe my question is more for the engineer, Maureen, or Stephen, who stamped this, or maybe Maureen, you could speak on his behalf. My question was about the grading on the eastern side of the property. It's the proposed grading for the 86, 88, and 84 proposed contour lines. I guess my question is, I see the contour lines. I guess my question, bear with me. I know there's the gravel sort of pathway there. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding the sort of lateral extent of the filling. I assume to the south, it'll be sort of connected by the southern limits of those proposed blue lines. Chuck, I don't know if you could move the plan up a little bit on the screen, please. That's okay, Maureen.
Sorry.
That's all right.
They go in the right direction? Up
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah.
direction? Okay.
Great. So there's the proposed erosion control, and then there's that 84 line, and then there's the 86, 88, 90. If I drew a line kind of from the bottom of that 84 to the bottom of the 86, bottom of the 88, etc., is that reasonable estimate of the lateral extent of fill, and where does it stop on the northern side of those contours, roughly? Is the gravel strip going to be overtopped? I'm just trying to get a sense.
The gravel strip is at 91.5, and those contours will extend behind the gazebo.
Okay.
And tie into the existing grade where it says proposed 15 by 15 gazebo.
Okay.
So right south of the existing crushed stone.
Okay. So it's not going to overlap the stone.
No, it's not going to overlap the stone. And then Nika, the reason why we decided to go with this design was because somebody on the commission commented about the retaining wall,
Right.
and they weren't in favor of the retaining wall.
Right.
So, and also the size of the crushed stone drive. So just to kind of work with the commission, we made the crushed stone drive smaller and decided to grade this out.
Okay, and, okay. And the plantings around the pool, and around the gazebo, I'm sure do you have those? Are those landscape plantings there? Are there just roughly what is proposed for that area between 50 feet and 100 feet for
So
planting?
JC had mentioned earlier arborvitae or privet. And speak up, JC. I don't know what else you had in mind, or I might have missed something.
The area between the deck and the pool, there's some plants in there. I'd say possibly maybe hydrangeas, maybe some ornamental grasses, maybe a birch tree. Between the proposed crushed stone drive and the pool, that's kind of would be like a low barrier hedge, kind of like a visual block, green fence, possibly arborvitae's, emerald green that doesn't grow very tall, just 5-6 feet, or possibly California privets, just something along there that just breaks up the visibility. Nothing out of hand. I don't know what would be at like 12 o'clock of the proposed crushed stone, maybe 2 more arborvitae's to tie in with the ones that go along the fence, just to give a close and a visual from the neighbors. The ones by the shed are already in. They're just some, landscape type plants.
Okay.
Anywhere else close to the deck underneath might be some something that can tolerate some water runoff, and it's a very shady area. I don't know what exactly, but does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And just curious, I know it's mostly outside of the 100-foot, but the area north of the ramp, and so there's the proposed crushed stone drive, and then south of that there's 90 x8 and then a ramp. So the area north of that rampward, is that a retaining wall to kind of hold up the crushed stone drive?
There might be there'll be a small retaining wall there, and then one off of the house.
Okay.
Coming out next to the little stairs.
Okay, to go from the crushed stone drive down to the patio.
Correct. And
Okay.
I'm asking for a ramp there because my mobility isn't very good.
That's okay.
And I'm just looking for a way to be able to get around.
Yep. Okay, those were the questions I had. That was about it. Chuck?
Yeah, it might be too late for this, but I know that Maureen prepared some aerial photos so we could see, and I don't know if we've gone beyond this, but is that something the commission wants to review? The historic aerial photos that were sent out late this afternoon.
I would like to see them.
Let's do that briefly. I need to grab a tool. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Chuck, do you want me to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here we go. So, no, that's the plan. So this is, wait a minute, I gotta move you guys. This is April of 2008. clearly shows the lawn area here out back. The circular area is the above ground pool that JC had mentioned. For brief history, JC and his wife bought the property in 1994. What I found between April of 1995 to 2008, the limits of the backyard are consistent with no obvious changes, except for the installation of the above ground pool in 2005. So I started the aerial photographs from April of 2008. Next aerial is April of 2017. You can still see that bump out that was on the 2008. I'll switch back real quick. This bump out here. So I found that this aerial from 2017 was relatively consistent with the 2008 aerial. Okay, then we're gonna go to April of 2018. The backyard area has been rounded out. I didn't notice any necessary or any really large trees cut. What I noticed was it was expanded a bit, and I think some of the vegetation was cut. I'm guessing that was shrubs and herbaceous. So I'll go back to 2017. Yes.
That material there, that's wood chips that you see there. That was for to cover the poison ivy.
Oh, okay.
All right, but that was right along the edge of everything there.
So 2017, you can see, so it was rounded out around here, but this tree was still visible.
That's the apple.
Yep. And so it just looked like some of the shrubs might have been cut. Let's see, May of 2019. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta move my, here we go. May of 2019.
Yeah, look that one up.
This is when the fence was installed. Okay. Around the perimeter of the property. October of 2020, I saw no new work. You can still see the fence, but nothing substantial, nothing significant. Then we go to October of 2021. Fence is still visible, and we see that crushed stone starting to be installed in this location here. And the last aerial is the existing conditions of the site. So, oh, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I was just going to see if anybody had questions. Based on the photos, it looks like most of the expansions happened around May 2019 and October 2021.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay. Any further questions at this point from conservation members? Not seeing any hands raised. Any members of the public who have questions, please raise your hand or provide a reaction. Okay, not seeing any. Chuck, do you have any last questions on this?
No, I don't, but I do support Andy's thought. I mean, that the 25-foot zone of natural vegetation, I understand that. I mean, I understand taking care of the poison ivy and all that, but it's still the 25-foot. It has a lot of habitat value. It has a lot of value, and the closer you get to the wetlands, the more, you know, the more important the role plays of that area. So I hope that there's planting out there and a couple of trees and some planting, and then just let whatever's out there, volunteer growth, grow in, and some invasive, you know, a review once a year for invasives. I think that would help you with the poison ivy also. That's what I'm hoping for, that we're seeing something in that 25-foot zone that works.
That sounds like the consensus of a lot of members tonight, and I agree as well. Any other comments or questions from commission members? Oh, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to support why I keep asking the impervious. So I'm looking at the Massachusetts, the Massachusetts bylaws for wetland protection and looking at the buffer zone. So I'm at 1055, bordering vegetated wetlands. And within there is a condition for the performance standard that says, notwithstanding the provisions, the issuing authority may issue an order of conditions permitting work which results in the loss of up to 5,000 square feet of bordering vegetated wetland, which is all this work. So now we could argue that it's grass that's already been altered. So, but I don't even have the number. I mean, I'm looking at this proposal and I see you're claiming there's only 2,800 square feet of lot coverage, but I think you're talking about like, that's for building. That's what the building department wants to know. I want to know how much of this land you are altering from grass to either gazebo or crushed stone or proposed patio, pool. How much of this land is being altered? And I don't have that number.
May I address that?
Yeah.
So the regulation that you're citing is relative to bordering vegetated wetlands or a resource area. That they're talking about filling wetlands. So you're allowed to fill up to 5,000 square feet under certain circumstances. This project is not proposing any wetland filling. This is a buffer zone project only. So in terms of the square footage of impervious area, that doesn't fall under the Wetland Protection Act. When you start talking about impervious area, you could say, well, you have stormwater management, but existing single family houses are exempt from stormwater management. So that doesn't even apply. Even though we are trying to infiltrate for the impervious area by incorporating infiltration trenches. So essentially, the square footage of impervious area, there's no limit. There's nothing in the bylaw that I'm aware of that limits the amount of impervious area on the lot. And correct me if I'm wrong.
So
You're not correct. It clearly says 5,000 square feet of bordering vegetated wetland.
We're not in a wetland. We're not in a wetland. We're in the 100-foot buffer zone. So you're confusing
Yeah, that's what it
the
says.
resource area. You're not interpreting the regulations correctly.
So if I can jump in,
Sure.
Is that right, Andrew? Or did you want to say something else?
So bordering vegetated wetland does not mean the buffer zone. It means
the wetland line.
it's bordering.
I know the language isn't ideal.
Yeah.
Who wrote this?
And
I know. It makes you think it's buffer, but
yeah, I got confused.
Go over that again. And I mean,
So
Anika, do you want to add to that? It looks like you had something to say.
in the ANRAD we just discussed recently, we were talking about the BVW line.
Yeah. All right.
I know the
Let's keep
language
getting caught up on that.
And I've fallen into the same. I know where you're at, Andrew, because
Yes.
I do want to comment that just that the performance standards, what we're talking about, Maureen was right. What we're talking about, well, she's right, and we're also, it's a both and situation because there was some work extremely close to the edge of wetlands. You know what I mean? Like there's been some debris and maybe some yard waste, and so when I, just to share, when I look at some of these projects, what I look at is what were the pre-existing conditions before this proposed work showed up on our plate? What is the resource area? or areas, and what are the next measures to be most protective of that under the regulations? So the most challenging part of this is the performance standards for the 100-foot buffer zone. Once that wetland line is delineated, are not really as clearly spelled out in the state wetlands regs as they are for work inside the wetland itself. I'm just going to leave it at that because there's a whole bunch of regs. We can go down those rabbit holes someday during another development meeting or something else, or MACC conference or whatever. But what we're trying to do is to hold, what we're trying to do with our town regulations is set some type of performance standard and setback from within that 100-foot buffer zone, which is why we have the 25-foot line, which is why we have the 35-foot line. Those are town specific. Those are what we have set up here in Reading to be, on average, a good situation to hold to, a good performance standard to hold to. Case by case situation, you could pick another setback as to what limit you want to protect up to, but it has to be justified based on the resource area you're trying to protect. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I apologize for misreading the BVW. That makes sense to me.
Okay, so the way I see it is there's been some cutting, some development closer to the wetlands, and it sounds like the Conservation Commission, as a mitigation for that past work that was not permitted, is asking for plantings close to the wetland and plantings also within, is it the 25 and 35-foot area? I'm just going to say whatever was discussed tonight. And I didn't hear any substantive comments about the proposed work itself, because, I mean, for me, from my perspective, that's pre-existing lawn, and for the resident to, and he's not doing a paved driveway, he's doing a crushed stone driveway, which should have slightly better infiltration than a paved driveway. So from this standpoint, I'm thinking, you know, he's staying out of the 50-foot. I'm hoping to see additional those plantings. And so I see some mitigation, I see some development, and I think we can all, I'm hoping we can all agree to where this is gonna land, so that the wetlands are protected and you know, the applicant can proceed with his project. So go ahead, Brian.
So to come back to my obsession, in my mind, the issue is not the work proposed going forward. If in fact everything there was there appropriately, then the work that's being proposed looks reasonable to me. The problem that I have is still the fact that it got to this condition without approvals. And so starting from an ill-gotten gain, if you will, and then saying, given that it's okay or it's not, to me, misses the point. It actually rewards homeowners for doing things without permission and then only getting permission when you get to some bigger thing you want to do on top of what you've already done quietly. So I come back to what I was saying before, is I would like to see significant vegetation beyond the fence. We can talk about what significant means, but not 1 or 2 plants, significant. And in my mind, the alternative is we probably need to be talking about an enforcement order or something. Since I don't know any other way to go back in time to claw back actions that were done inappropriately in the past. Now, I'm by no means an expert on enforcement orders, but from my understanding, that seems to be the only other rational alternative to significant plantings beyond the fence. If that makes any sense to anybody.
I think I understand what you're saying, Brian. Any other questions or comments from commission members? JC, go ahead, and then Andrew.
I'd like to make a comment. The 25-foot line that's out there, at one time, that was a wired fence that was like rusted and falling apart. And when I did my addition, which was done before the photos, any of those photos you looked at, the hay bales that I put out there was along the fence line. That's how I knew where that fence line was from last time. I don't know if that makes any difference. Like there's a clear-cut line in some of those photos, but there are further photos further back that when we did the addition, that's before your photos that you're looking at, there were hay bales that were put out there, and that was told to be done by the town. And that's where I've always been. That's as far as I can go. I don't know if that means anything.
Well, I did notice that the photo started in 2000 and was it 2008? Is that what we were looking at, the first photo?
I think it was the 1997 maybe.
Well, I think you bought the property in 94.
Correct. But
the first photo we saw was in 2008. So there's quite a few years that we didn't understand or see.
Like I put on that whole garage and family room, the deck. And I had to put hay bales out there, and I believe I had to plant some plants too. So this is that line has been determined before, years ago. That's what I was working on.
Okay. Thank you.
You know, when you guys talk about the homeowner coming to you, like because he wants to try to get a pool or something, I actually started out, I just wanted a shed. And now I'm excited about maybe getting a pool. But what happened is everybody told me that, oh, to put in the shed in Reading, you got to get a plan and you got to present it. And if you do that, you got to put in a plan that whatever you might want forever, you got to put in this plan. So it's become this $5,000 of spending money to put in a shed. And as we go through this, I got approval for a shed as a minor project, and I'm still dealing with all this other stuff, you know? The pad, the driveway going down, that's only looking ahead so that if I put in a pool, a truck can go down there and it doesn't make a big mess. You know, I'm trying to see the whole picture and, you know, stay in my bounds of where I always thought that it was the area that I could go in. And that's what I've been working on. I don't know if that stands for anything or gives you a better idea that I'm not trying to put anything over. As I sit in my house and I watch my neighbors and what they're doing, it kind of really puts you in a tough spot, you know? I'm trying to do it the right way, and it's enough said on that, but that line is, I've always stayed in there since 1997, maybe before that. I can't remember when we bought the house, but we put on a large addition. It was a lot of work. And it's, this is kind of just renewing a lot of the lines I thought we had before. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, JC. Thanks for that perspective. Appreciate it. Andrew, question?
No.
No? Okay. Um, Okay, so at this point,
Nika, I have a hand
Joe
up.
has a question.
oh, Joe,
Sure. So two things. First, real quick, I want to maybe propose to my fellow commissioners a reframing of something that I've heard, which is talking about whether things were approved in the past, and I would really like to emphasize. We, the Conservation Commission, are here to protect the natural resources. So I'm kind of interested in like what. I don't care whether something was approved. I care whether it's having an impact, an adverse impact. You know, especially if there was existing fence in the same spot, I don't see a whole lot of adverse impact there. The replacing the most of the 35-foot or a bunch of 35-foot zone with crushed stone, okay, there might be some impact there relative to vegetation. But in any case, I'd like to sort of keep the conversation there if we can. I don't want to take us off topic, especially because it's 10 o'clock, 10:15 at night. I'm kind of wondering where this have to propose everything at once thing came from. I don't know if any of the more experienced commission members or if Chuck have any insight into that. If that is like a, you know, unfounded rumor and somebody gave JC bad advice, or if there's actually a procedural reason why that actually was good advice that I'm not aware of.
Well, it didn't come from the commission. I apologize if that's what I came across as saying.
I can address that. So as JC mentioned, any type of permitting is an expensive process. Between having the wetlands flagged, $500, getting a professional land surveyor to survey your property, $2,000 to $2,500. Having somebody to file a notice of intent on your behalf, that's another $2,000 to $2,500, and to attend numerous night meetings. So the thought is that if you think you want to do more with your property, it's more cost effective to file this all at one time, to go to the commission one time, show them everything that you want to do so that you're not wasting your time and money or the commission's time, and get the project approved. So that's why we tell our clients, if you think you want to do it, for example, if you want a pool and you think you want a jacuzzi, well, show it on the plan. Or you think you want a gazebo, show it on the plan, because you don't want to have to go back to the commission to modify the permit or do a new notice of intent filing and spend more money. It's just really a very costly process.
Yep. Thank you, Maureen. I hope that's.
I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
I'll entertain. So at this point, I just want to see if we are voting on this, or are we continuing it? I'm not entirely sure at this point.
I make a suggestion, and I don't know if this is a possibility. In terms of the plantings, I understand the commission wants more plantings, and we can provide more plantings on the outside of the fence with some trees. Is this something that we could work out with Chuck and get on the same page as a restoration plan and just condition the project?
The only hesitation I have with that is I've heard some specifics, and I've heard some vague wording of substantial planting. Do you know what I mean? And so I don't know at this point, without having some sort of planting plan for people to comment on in a meeting, whether or not it's going to be something that the conservation members will wholesale agree with across the board. Okay. But go ahead, and Martha.
Well, when I look at the proposed plantings on the 421 plan, which shows the plants on the outside of the fence, it has 10 blueberries and 12 other dogwood shrubs. And I think the 10 blueberries have already been planted along the inside of the fence. So what I would suggest is move some of those dogwood shrubs, say half of them, to the outside of the fence and have the other half on the inside. And then just add 2 maple trees on the outside. And that would be my proposal for the way the plantings are done. So I'm not requiring more shrubs, just rearrange the shrubs and then add 2 trees.
So I'm going to open this up to Brian as well, because he had expressed significant plantings. And so I don't know if that's sufficient for Brian or for the rest of the commission, or whether we have consensus on this.
So I'll just say that what Martha is proposing makes sense. I'm not trying to pile on you, JC. I recognize that what I said and how I said it could be perceived that way, but Martha's suggestion has merit. I'd be fine with it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any other comments from commission members about proposed planting, including from you, Chuck? No?
I
Okay.
do have one more.
That was just
comment.
way too quick for me, but I'll go after Martha.
I just also want to say, is there a deadline by when this work needs to be done to still be covered under this thing? Isn't it like a 3-year or something like that, that this is only good for?
These permits usually have a lifespan of 3 years, but I think toward the end of the 3 years, you can request an extension.
Okay.
Okay. And so it goes on forever. No, just kidding. Goes on for, and the commission can say, no, we're not going to grant an extension, or yes, we are, or, whoever's there then.
Right. But just when JC is saying, this is all the things I might ever want to do, he needs to know that he needs to come back in 3 years if he hasn't done what's on this plan and wants to still be able to do it later.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay.
It's a process, JC. Welcome to the process. It can get worked out.
As the interest rates keep going up.
Thanks. Maureen, you were going to say something?
So I think we're fine with Martha's proposal. That works for us. If it works for the commission, if you want a revised plan, we can get that to you.
Okay.
If the commission is ready to close and vote, we can do that.
Andrew?
Just, I need Martha to say her suggestion again. I wasn't paying attention.
Take half the shrubs,
half the dogwoods.
Put them outside the fence.
Why is that? Why? Just because it's half, or you figured out that that's the appropriate amount for that area? I'm just wondering how you came to that conclusion that it's half.
Well, partly because all the blueberries are already planted not along the 25-foot line. They're going along the other side of the fence. So rather than asking JC to buy even more shrubs, I'm suggesting that we distribute the remaining shrubs so that some of them are on the outside, and I just picked half as a reasonable number to try to reclaim some of that zone of natural vegetation on the outside. But I like having some of those shrubs on the inside to extend that natural vegetation into the 35-foot zone. So that's why I picked half.
Plus 2 trees in the wetlands.
Plus 2 trees on the inside the 25-foot zone, not inside the wetland.
Okay, thank you. Is that clear, Andrew?
I understand where she's.
So,
yeah, I mean,
I'd love to get to a vote on this if possible.
yeah, I would too.
Okay, so is there a motion to close?
I'll move to close the hearing on 572 Summer Ave.
Second,
Can I-
Oh,
John Sullivan in favor.
Okay, I'm gonna pause voting for a quick second. JC, you had a question?
The two trees you talked about, where did you want them again? Outside the fence?
Yeah, outside the fence where the other trees died and left a big gap of light.
Okay,
So between 6A and the fence.
gotcha.
Okay, thank you. So let's proceed with the voting. We had Joe. We had a motion to close. Joe
Yeah.
voted in favor.
John voted in favor. I come after Martha on the order. I believe Martha's up next.
Martha in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andy Durbin in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. Okay, so we've closed discussion on this. Is there a motion on this notice of intent?
So, do we have to have any further discussion? I think we've discussed all the conditions we need to discuss before.
Is there any further discussion on issuing a notice of intent?
What is the resolution for the proposed Creststone Drive? Are we okay with the way it is being drawn?
It's, I have no issues with the proposed crushed stone drive.
Okay.
Yeah, me neither. And in fact, because I don't have any, let me go ahead and say I'd like to move to approve the notice of intent for 572 Summer Ave.
Second that.
With the conditions discussed tonight, I should say.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Dribbin in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. JC, Maureen, thank you for your time. Thanks for staying up late.
Thank you very much.
You being part of the discussion. And
I
next
appreciate the plan, JC. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
ambitious.
next steps, we're going to draft the order of conditions and hopefully review it at an upcoming meeting and sign on it. And do you have any questions about the schedule, JC?
You can let him know about
JC, you're muted.
Sorry, JC, you're muted.
I need to wait to plant those plants. And my question about the hay bales, are we putting it, or
Hey,
can we use the wattle? Or are we using hay bales?
Chuck, what's what would be appropriate here for erosion control?
And if it's on the inside of the fence against the fence, or if it's on the outside of the fence? And if it's on the outside of the fence, is it outside where the plants are gonna be or inside?
So what I heard from you, JC, is like, you don't even know if you're doing all of it or some of it. So it matters to what kind of erosion control goes in, depending on the size of the project. So am I giving you the answer for the entire project or for maybe just like the pool?
So JC, to explain, the erosion control is going to go in before any digging happens so that any disturbed soil doesn't like just flow as flow into the wetlands and have all that. We don't want that soil filling the wetlands.
Okay,
So that erosion control line is, as it sounds like, is to stop any soil erosion from moving beyond that area upland. So you're going to install that erosion control prior to digging,
correct.
doing massive digging projects that are, so as Chuck said, it's going to depend on like when you install it, depends on what you're going to do.
Okay,
And from my perspective, it looks like it's drawn inside the chain link fence. And that might just be easier for you to manage. You know, you're not going to want to go walking around the outside of that chain link fence.
okay.
You
I
know,
just know that if I plant on the outside of the fence, then I'm on the outside of the hay bales.
correct,
I want to make sure that you're okay with that.
correct. Because
Kind of like
planting something doesn't create a whole lot of erosion,
Okay,
right? It's just a little bit of dirt and then you put something in and then you just sort of pack it in and like, we're not talking about what we're.
I agree with that. I
what we're
understand.
talking about is large amounts of soil erosion.
No. Minimal impact, in and out.
Yeah.
And
Hand
then the
raised.
other question he had was, can he put those plants in now, even though we have not issued the notice of intent yet? And would that be reasonable to say he can do that at his own risk?
I don't see a major problem with it. My understanding is he has an understanding of where the tree especially is going to be planted. That's one of the major things. Maybe if he does a planting soon, he contacts Chuck and we do a site visit. We just want them, optimize their viability and their long-term survivability.
Okay,
Don't cluster everything really tight. Ask Chuck to give you advice. He's a lot, so you want them to not have to be repurchased. We want you to not have to repurchase them because they've died. So correct spacing, correct placement, so that when they grow, they have room to grow and they can fill in an area.
okay.
Is it Chuck? Did I miss anything? You're muted, Chuck. Did I miss anything? Maureen?
No,
Okay. All right.
thank you.
Stacy, thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Chuck, 550 West Street, I understand is continued to June 8. We need a vote on that? Okay, can we have a vote on continuing 550 West Street?
John Sullivan in favor.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay, now vote.
John Sullivan in
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay, at this point, we have a public hearing for 420 West Street. It's a request for determination of applicability filed by, forgive me, Julie Saletta under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, to demolish the existing 30 by 20 foot garage, evaluate the area for regrading to control erosion, and install a 10 by 10 foot shed. Location of subbase to be determined. Removal of paved driveway and create a newly paved driveway in a different location. Remove the front concrete walkway and construct a pervious paver patio and walkway. All the work is within 200 feet of the riverfront. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project, Assessors Map 20, Lot 200, Reading Conservation Commission file number 2022-5. Chuck, is the applicant here? You're muted.
So if the applicant could use the reactions functions to raise his hand, I don't recognize.
I don't know if Jay Hayward is.
No, that's for Market Basket, Journal Way. Oh, there we go.
There, we've got a hand from Liv Renda.
There you go. All right, Liv.
Okay, Liv, just for the record, if you don't mind trying to unmute and just introduce yourself.
I'm Julie. It just came up as my daughter's name.
Oh, no
Because
problem.
of the Zoom in the school, we couldn't change it.
Okay. No
Sorry
problem.
for any confusion.
That's okay. Understand you've got a RDA before us. Do you want to just give a brief introduction?
Sure. I think
Or
that,
anything you want to comment on above and beyond what I said?
no, I think you summarized it. There's an older structure that is unfortunately unfortunately not in good condition, and it's more realistic to kind of just take it down. It's got too many issues, unfortunately, to address, and it's not in an optimal spot on the property anyway. So it's best to address that. And then the other piece is, I had come before the committee several years ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to do all the work. So I figured, just as the other gentleman, let me bundle everything and see what I can get done.
Okay. In that case, Martha, go ahead.
Brian and I did a site visit this afternoon, and if Chuck wants to put up the plan, we could let you know what we saw when we went there. While I wait for Chuck, the walkway that leads from the house to West Street, there's a tree on the corner, on the edge of West Street, that has lifted the steps so that they're very unsafe. And so we were able to see that the cement block steps next to the tree near West Street really are not functional anymore, which explains the wanting to get rid of that walkway and move it around to the side. We also saw a large spruce tree. It says pine tree on this thing, but it's really a spruce in the corner that the applicant wants to remove and replace with a different tree. And I assume from the native tree list. And the existing garage has sort of two halves. One is on the level with the ground front and back, and one has sort of foundation built up underneath it. The part with the foundation is the part that sticks out where the property jogs off to the side. And we asked the applicant whether she was planning to regrade the land around the garage or just do something to make the footprint of the garage make more sense for putting the shed on. And the shed would be within that footprint of the existing garage, but the land would be graded more appropriately for putting in the shed, but not changing the slope behind it leading down towards the river area. Brian, did I miss anything?
No, I think that's everything. Julie did mention that she had talked to some demo people. Not sure exactly how far that talk has gone, but at least it's gone that much. And even when we were there, we were thinking that whatever that future graded slope becomes is probably the crux of the project. And Julie pointed out correctly that really can't plan that until the garage is out of the way and see what's underneath it. Is it ledge? Is it something else? And so it seems like there's a distinct process here of remove the garage and then figure out what the next move will be. I guess there's a conversation to be had here about whether or not this is a two-phase project or something, but we can get into that during the discussion part of it.
Okay, thank you. So I just have two questions I'm just going to kick it off with, and that is, one is, is the existing garage on slab?
It is fieldstone foundation right now. There's no cement floor in it or anything right now. It's just pretty much a wood structure.
Okay, so with a wood floor?
It's just crushed gravel inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the proposed driveway, is there going to be any minor or like significant, as in more than 2 feet of filling or grading? Fill being
That I don't know.
okay. Okay, I mean, I know there's going to be construction of they have to prepare a sub base to put the driveway in, but before they do that, are they going to have to level it before they do that? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if it shows that. So these plans were done and submitted as part of that, I think in 2016, I think.
Okay.
Jack Sullivan had done all that. I think he had indicated all the grade of the proposed driveway. So the only difference between that plan and this is the garage coming down and adding the shed.
Okay, and the rough area of the 10 by 10 shed, is that going to be kind of centered in the middle of the existing garage footprint? Or
that's where it's a little tricky, because I think until it comes down, it's hard to determine, because like Brian had indicated, definitely one half more towards Longwood is more level, and then it drops. So to figure out, ideally it would be great if the shed was in that little bit of setback.
Okay.
On the back end, because then you have the whole area that's opened up for the yard. Because where it sits now, it's like to go around to the backyard, you kind of have to like, walk around Longwood and down around the back.
Right, but the dimensions of the existing garage right now, it's not a small garage.
No, the actual like garage part is maybe 18 by 20. The other half is the rest of it. It's what they call a potting shed, and it's just been storage.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm comparing the garage with the curb cut on Longwood Road for your proposed driveway.
Yeah.
And it makes the garage look big.
Yeah, it is. It is deceivingly, it doesn't look as big when you see it from the front, but because it kind of jots to the side of that potting shed side, adds the dimension.
So ultimately, this project is reducing impervious.
Yes.
A smaller shed, removing the existing bituminous concrete driveway.
Yep, I would agree with
plus
that.
you're putting in some impervious walkway. So,
and as Martha indicated, where the current walkway is, because of the town-owned tree, it really has buckled the whole end. And I've talked to a couple of landscapers, and there's really no way to put it back in the same spot. I just can't do it, because see the trees there, all the roots are there. It's just better to relocate it in a much flatter area and avoid that section.
Okay. Since it's pretty late, I'm going to ask commission members to, raise your hands if you have questions. So please unmute, raise your hand if you have questions for Julie. Any questions from conservation members? Seeing none. Chuck, do you have any questions?
So I hope you saw that, but I don't have any comments.
Okay. Chuck, I had a note here that there was a prior permit and other stuff was approved. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, that additional permit was provided to you in the distribution. It was part of the application, and everything was listed in there. I think you were on the commission when it was approved also.
No, it's not possible. Okay. So if there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion to close.
I will happily move to close the hearing on 420 West Street. That is the shortest discussion we've had in my time so far on the commission.
Then I will happily second it.
Okay, so that's motion to close. Is there, go ahead, John, sorry.
Oh, John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. So is there a motion on the RDA?
I move that we give a negative determination for the RDA at
Second.
file number 2022-5.
Great. And we
Now I'll second.
and John?
John Sullivan.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Jubin in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Congratulations. I think that was a record-breaking meeting for us. I think we should give you a little award for that. We're giving you, so a negative determination means we're giving you a go-ahead on this with some conditions that are going to be drafted up and we will sign on.
Okay. So does that mean, obviously I still have some steps to go through just for the whole thing with the demo person and other things. So I'm probably still a few weeks out. Does that timeline align with getting all that information back or what I need to have in hand from your team?
Do you want to handle that?
Because I know earlier you meant there was a person who presented and that was seemed to be like a 21-day waiting period, or I don't know if that applies here.
So there is a waiting period with this this determination, but you don't have to wait. But it doesn't sound like you're ready anyways to get everything going. So it's probably going to take 2 weeks to get this out to you, and the appeal period would be up. But with RDAs, the appeal period is up to you, and if you want to work sooner than the appeal, it's at your own risk. But it doesn't sound like you're going to have everything ready for that yet.
Yeah, I was trying to do a lot of pieces in tandem so that way I can get everything buttoned down, ready to go. So,
the only situation that's going to cause us to re-review this is if any of the proposed work gets any closer to the river.
okay, that's good to know.
Okay, so if the work you're doing stays relatively close to the proposed work areas you're doing, and you have the erosion control up, that's some of the most important parts.
Okay, and that's all information that will be in the follow-up information.
Yep, and we're just gonna assume that in general you're gonna follow the plan you gave us. So if there's any really significant modifications to the plan, like instead of a 10 by 10 shed, you now want a 20 by 10 greenhouse with a foundation. Like that needs to come back before us.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. If I run into any like something that
Substantial.
really derails things, I'll come.
But
go back.
another thing that's going to be easy for us to say yes to is additional plantings, if you haven't already picked up on that tonight.
Yeah, could you say that one more time? Because once everything is cleared out, I definitely
We
like to have the space look nice and cleaned up. So
yeah, we are big fans of additional native plantings and not doing yard waste dumping.
And I will add one additional thing. Julie has a tremendous crop of Japanese knotweed. So even if that gets cleared up, she has, yards of space to plant more favorable kinds of species.
And is that, I saw some links on the website of the native plant lists, so I can just use that as a resource.
Yep.
Okay.
But if some of those invasive plants like the Japanese knotweed aren't taken out, your native plants won't have a chance to grow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's a long battle, but it's worth it. So stick with it, okay?
Unfortunately, a lot of the Japanese knotweed is actually on the neighbor's yard. So that's going to make it challenging to keep up with. But
I think it's going to be constant, unfortunately.
Listen, thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Take care.
Okay, Chuck, do you want to take over some old new business? I know we still have some participants here. You're muted, Chuck.
I think we should get right to the violation at General Way, and I know that
Great.
I'll just let everyone, Jamie's here, and let's get Jamie in first and go from there. Jamie is here.
Jamie, if you could just introduce yourself, please. Jamie's trying to. Chuck, maybe I had the wrong name. I thought it was Jody.
Well,
Hi,
Jody is someone else. Jamie's there too. He's part of the group. But
If-
Jody and Jamie.
hi, Jody's here and Chris Klotzby here and Jamie. Jamie just texted, he's trying to hit unmute, so just give him a second.
Wow.
Thank you.
And if you could just introduce yourselves individually.
Sure. So I'm Jody Hayward. I am the office manager for Danish Properties.
Okay, thank you.
And Chris just texted that he can't unmute and Jamie can't unmute. It says the host needs to unmute them. So if the host could unmute Jay Shaw and Chris Klotzbier.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
You're
Hi,
on.
hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry about that little technical difficulties, but I think we're up and running now.
Okay. Okay, Chris, could you just, for the sake of the record, introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Chris Klotzbier. I work with Jody and Jamie at One General Way as part of the office staff.
Okay. In what capacity, Chris?
Mostly operations and dealing with brokers and tenant activity.
Okay. Okay, Jody and Chris, do you want to go ahead while Jamie is trying to unmute?
Sure, I can begin. So thank you for hearing us tonight, and we're sorry that we had to receive a notice to come to this hearing. As you all know, the property, I believe, and Chuck knows our history, and we've always worked very closely with him. And there was a recent development where I guess you guys found some work that was done in an area where it shouldn't have been done. And upon further review, and we were not aware, first of all, that the order of conditions expired. And we are going to work with, Chuck, to make sure that never happens again. And, we're here just to, you asked us to be here and we wanted to answer your questions and see what we could do to correct it and move forward.
Okay. Chuck, just briefly, can you just give a short recap of what it means for an order of conditions to be expired and what the implication of that is for newer people?
So when your order of condition expires, you can't do any work with that was previously allowed in the order of conditions. You have to go back through the process and file a new notice of intent and gain approval for the same items that were in the original order of conditions. It's just that the process that you went through and is not guaranteed, and this commission may have a different take on the work that was proposed, but knowing that it was previously approved may help. So
Okay. Chuck, just technically, so when we issue orders of conditions with perpetual, with conditions in perpetuity, do those conditions in perpetuity expire with that order of conditions?
That's a good question.
Because some of these are, because some of the planting and upkeep and vegetation management was in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little I'm a little confused. But
Yeah.
I'm fine with going back to, I'm fine with another filing.
So bring that forward. So they want to maintain their property. When you look at the order of conditions, the things that are in perpetuity, would they allow them to do work? The work that they need to do to maintain their property, or is there something above and beyond that that's not guaranteed in perpetuity that they need to come back? I mean, I didn't read it that way. I'm just hearing you telling me that the maintenance was guaranteed in perpetuity.
I thought it. See, I looked up the previous order of conditions from 2004, 2005. And unfortunately, all of the, reference documents that went into the order is like not available. So I have no backup to understand the site plan or the details of the vegetation management and the details of the reporting. And I know it's there somewhere, but I just don't have that information. And but I thought the vegetation management plan, which actually have a date of like April 2016 for this property.
So if I could jump in for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
The point you two are talking about right now is one part of it. The order expired. What does that mean exactly? That's a part of it. The other part of it is the order of conditions, when it was in force, allowed certain work and not other work. So for example, they were allowed to maintain, prune and such, but not to remove trees. Part of the work done in this recent episode was the removal of some trees entirely, cutting down some trees. So even if the order of conditions had still been in effect, that additional kind of work would have required them to come back before the commission to get that approved. So there's 2 points, obviously related but different.
Thanks for clarifying that, Brian. Jody, I don't know if you happen to have the previously approved documents.
Yes, and if I may check, I'm sorry, Jamie said he's still on, but it's asking for the host to unmute him.
Okay.
I don't know. If
yeah, so I gave him, so yeah, I'll keep working on it. I sent him a couple of messages asking him if he wanted to unmute. That should appear on his screen somewhere.
Or
I reminded him.
We could put the phone number.
Yes, I think it's on the email, but I think I can help. So yes, we do know that the most recent order of conditions was the 2016 order of conditions that you're referencing.
Okay.
Yep, and we were unaware that there was work done in that area. There was supposed to be just some trimming outside of that area because of the branches that were falling into the parking lot on customers that were at Market Basket. So it became a safety issue. And so the person that was doing the work didn't follow the guidelines that were set and did that work. And it was a mistake. So
if I could hop in here, is this person doing the work? Are they new to that work? Is it a new company? How is it you think that they did that which they weren't supposed to do?
Because they were told not to go beyond the boundary.
Well, but were they told not to cut trees, period?
I can, again, Jamie was the one that gave them the work order, so I'd like to hear from him.
Jamie, are you, I thought you unmuted yourself. Oh,
Did he?
I thought he just did.
Not appeared to be a co-host in my view of the participants.
I tried him on the co-host and that didn't work. So now I got him back in and just gave him permissions.
I think Jamie's going to have to drive to Chris's house.
Yeah.
Jamie,
Jamie, I'm going to make you a co-host again and let's see if you can just use the functions to unmute yourself. Okay.
I just noticed he's a co-host. So it should work.
while we wait for him to sort that out, Brian, to address your question, this company that we use, it's a landscaping company that I believe has been with us for 2 years, if not 3. I'd have to confirm that. They weren't with us during the initial order of conditions in 2016. And when we asked them to do the work of the overhanging tree limbs that Jody spoke of, we asked them to keep it parallel in height to the parking lot exterior. They seemed to get a little bit overzealous and wandered into the boundary, past the boundary in their efforts to prune. So they have some prior experience in maintaining the boundary up against the parking lot. However, they were not with us at the beginning of the order from 2016.
But have they done any of the work in the past 2 or 3 years, whatever they were the contractor? So
no, to my knowledge, we haven't done any extensive pruning in that area, which is why it was overgrown to the extent that it was. And so I believe this is the first time.
So in these situations, the same questions come up. The first one is always, what will be done to prevent it from happening again? What can you guys make more explicit to whoever your contractor is to be sure they know what they can and can't do? And I don't mean giving them a document and letting them read it. They need to be told plainly what's in bounds and out of bounds. The second question is always, what should the remedy be for this work that was done that shouldn't have been done? Whether that's replanting some trees, whatever can happen, but we need to have those 2 answers in this case in particular.
Sure. I think to address your first question, we should have had more oversight when they were on the premises doing the work to ensure that they didn't go too far past the boundary in pruning the limbs and the trees that were in question. In terms of remedies, we're open to the commission's suggestions as to what everyone on the commission thinks would be best, to whether it's replanting new trees or adding vegetation elsewhere on the property. We're certainly open to your input on that.
So I would say, speaking to your first point, saying you should have had more oversight is kind of always a knee-jerk response. The question is whether or not that's realistic. I don't know who you would have had do the oversight. I'm sure they have other things to do. That still seems to be error-prone, as opposed to having some planned, consistent, clear communication with whoever your contractors are, to be sure that each company, each time, gets the clear message of what they can and can't do.
And Jody here, if I may, I agree with you, and I think Chuck would, speak with us. We have a wonderful relationship with the board and the town completely. Everyone, they have our complete 24-hour access. The fire department, everyone at the town knows us, and we can assure, we can improve the documentation, first of all, in any scope of work. Second, for the assurance, Jamie or myself or Chris are all local and on site at any time, and we can make sure we physically walk with anyone that is doing the work to make sure that that boundary is protected and nothing like this happens.
Okay. So there's that. Chris, you said that you're open to a remedy, so we can talk about that sometime in the future, which brings us back to perhaps the bigger nut, which is, what do we do about the expired order of conditions? From what Chuck was saying, it may be that you have to resubmit a notice of intent and go through the process again. Did I get that right, Chuck?
Well, we'd probably want to look at it. I was sure that they needed to file, but Anika put a little doubt in that. I wish she brought it to me earlier than at the meeting. I could have looked into it, but
I forgot.
That's how it went. But for tonight, I think you're right. It was, no matter what, trees weren't part of that, that approval. And how can everyone who works at their site understand that, and what what's going to go in place.
So if I'm sorry, Chuck, if I might suggest, in the interest of being done before midnight, on our part, we should go back and understand better what the terms were on the original order of conditions. And Jody, maybe you folks could come up with whatever you think you would have for this communication plan, what approach you would have, whether it's communication plan, whether you would make sure one of you is going to talk to these people, but just let us know some protocol you folks would put in place to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Again, yeah, we can definitely do that. And Chuck will tell you, we communicate anytime we think of anything that would be a question, we always come to him. We have open dialogue, and for some reason they just thought that we were just maintaining the parking lot perimeter, and unfortunately
I understand what you're
we
saying.
apologize.
And then the last thing is on the remedies. I don't think we have to get into the details here with the full commission. So I would suggest, and Chuck, feel free to correct me, that you could just discuss with Chuck on what number, what kind of plantings to do and where, a planting plan, in other words, and just work that out with Chuck so we can let the commission move on with the rest of the items for tonight, if that's okay with you guys.
No, that's fine. We appreciate your time. And again, we apologize, and we look forward to working with you so this doesn't happen again.
Thank
Chuck,
you.
is it okay with you, Chuck, that you accept the mantle?
To plant?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I think that'll work out. I've worked with Jamie before on site on other things, so comfortable with that.
okay, any other questions from commission members?
I just would like to hear if Jamie has actually managed to unmute now, whether he has anything to say.
I have. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. I agree. I apologize what happened. The landscaper got a little out of hand, and got more than we were expecting. But we can get that plan on how to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay.
So from whom should we expect? Is it, yeah, okay, that's what I figured.
Jody, yeah, I'll be the point person, and I'll communicate with Chuck and make sure we get this taken care of. We're going to move on this fast. We're not going to wait.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay.
So does that mean we might see something in June, or?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe by the next meeting?
Is June 8th the next meeting?
Yep.
Okay.
So June 8th 's the meeting, but we typically, in order
have
to
it before.
review stuff, yeah, you get it. Yeah. Okay.
You got it. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
My other one question has to do with the herbaceous area that's kind of a rain garden near the driveway entrance that was also cut short at the same time that the trees were trimmed. That seems to be growing back nicely. Is there any issue we need to discuss there or not?
I think we do need to look at that area and look at, because I know there might have been some woody vegetation that was, I think we need to look at all these areas. Yeah.
Okay, so include that part as well.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Okay. So Chuck, I think the next thing in old new business is an ARPA update.
Hey, so that's just in there. I mean, I don't think no, this is too quick. We're trying to put something together for an ARPA request. It's not fully baked yet.
Okay.
And so, but we have Brian, Joe, and Andy are working on it. So all four of us are working on it. We'll be at the next meeting. Some part of us, I think, I think Joe said yes, and I think Andy said yes to going to the meeting, and we'll present a list of projects.
Okay.
And we'll probably have a conservation meeting in between, so we'll let you know what it is.
Just a brief overview. I mean, I think we're all familiar with what's on what we've talked about it in previous meetings. So,
But once we get it narrowed down to a list of what we're asking for, it would be good to get a vote from the commission to just approve the list, and in case someone asks.
Yep. Okay. So then the next thing is accepting nominees and vote for the chair and vice chair for the next term, July 1 through June 20, 2023. I'm going to sit back and I'll nominate Martha as chair for the next term.
I would accept that nomination.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Is there anybody else who wants to be nominated?
Vigorous head shaking.
Vigorous head shaking, but I think it does not seem like a contest in my mind. Let's put it that way.
I fully support Martha as chair.
So
thank you.
Okay. Well,
so you should vote on that.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
I thought you were moving on. Okay.
John, what do you think?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. So then the next item is vice chair. And these are effective July 1, just as a reminder. Any nominees for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Brian Bowe for vice chair.
I'll
I'd
second.
be happy with that.
Is there any discussion? Anybody else
want to be nominated?
Chuck wants to be nominated. Chuck?
I want to be nominated. No, I was thinking we should change the add a week or two to the term. Nah.
It's awfully late to tease me.
Just as hey, I kept it short. Didn't even explain it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a vote on the floor.
Yep. And so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Can't even keep track.
I'll second that if it hasn't already been seconded.
All right. John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Hey, congratulations, you two.
Thank you.
Now, have these votes been counted? Are we going to dispute the election?
This is a peaceful transition of power.
Yeah, I hear that's a good thing.
Are you gonna? That's up to you, Anika.
So recap, and which is a good segue, because just a brief recap for the general public, if anybody's still awake, we had a planning and a planning meeting at Matera Cabin. What was that? May 16? I can't even. Sometime in May.
May 18.
May 18. There was pizza and calzone and cake. No beer, unfortunately. And we talked about a number of things, like how we were going to spread the word at future town events and promote conversations about conservation, and work on getting more reliable funding for education, interest, signage, to support scouts and trails, and to do more work on land management. Is there anything else anybody can think of that kind of pops up? We didn't have even close to enough time to talk about everything we wanted to talk about, but it's good to start somewhere.
I did share draft minutes with Anika, Martha, and Chuck. So I assume those will eventually,
I will try to review those for the next.
they will get minutified and we can actually approve them.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. I apologize. I wasn't prepared, didn't prepare that for this, but thank you everyone for doing that. It was fun. It was also a good opportunity to see the gardens, which look like they're really off to a good start. So Chuck, is there anything else really urgent tonight?
I just want to say that at that meeting, we did thank Nika Scanlon for her many years of service on Conservation Commission. And she is not planning to run for another term. So we will have an opening on the Conservation Commission, and we would love to have anybody interested join us.
Oh, and I might add, whoever ended up watching all 4 hours of this meeting, you're definitely the type of person that we're interested in. So please contact the select board office and fill out an application. Thank you.
Technically, they have to reappoint me, so you could also unseat me if you want.
And I hope you all have a chance to re-up. I think you guys are doing really great work. I don't think Commission has in the last number of years, it's in a much better place than it's been before. So thank you all. And I'm gonna go drag Carl out of his house, hog time, and bring him to the next meeting.
I think we have minutes for April 13th and April 11th that we could approve and reduce the number of backlogged minutes.
I'll entertain a motion on those. There's April 13, 2022.
I move that we approve the minutes for April 13th, 2022 as submitted.
I'll second that.
Is there a vote?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Rainbow in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. And May 11, you said, Martha?
Yes, I move that we approve the May 11th minutes as submitted.
Thank you, Martha, for doing those.
I'll second that.
John Sullivan.
Martha Moore in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor.
And just a question, did anybody take notes today?
Oh.
I was afraid we didn't. All right, I can work on that before our next meeting. I'll see what I can put together for notes from this meeting once it shows up on the YouTube.
Okay.
So I had a conversation with Jackie, who used to do our minutes, and who told us that she's just too busy with Caitlin out, that she needed someone else to take over for a while. And she informed me that she's much too busy and that she wouldn't be taking back the conservation minutes at this time. So I let Julie Mercier know about that discussion, and her comments was, that something to the effect that, can the commission continue to do the minutes? And I asked her what she did for CPDC, and what they do for CPDC is both her and her assistant go to the meetings and they switch off who takes the minutes and who pays attention so they can answer the questions. So we don't really have that ability here. I mean, I'm a department of one.
Yeah.
And others in town hall are not doing minutes because they were hired, and I guess they were hired and it wasn't on their job description at that time, and they don't want to do it. So we're kind of stuck at this point, but I did want to let you know that I did ask that, and Julie didn't reply. I don't know if there is a reply.
Okay.
So
And they're
so
definitely
Chuck,
not going to hire an assistant for me.
well, I was going to ask about that. If you did have an assistant, do you have enough work for that assistant? Or would a half-time assistant be sufficient?
No, I think you'd, obviously everybody would want a full-time assistant. No, we would, I think we could fill the time up with the things that we haven't done at this point. Divvy up the permits between the two of us. And then, obviously we're doing, Trails Committee too. So there's that.
I asked because I've been looking at other commissions in the area of towns about the same size. And we're the only one that has a department of one. Obviously there's some who have bigger departments, but they're bigger towns, but for one similar to us. So is that something that we should be pushing for? I mean, now that we have a gift account, can that be a new thing that we harp on? Is that worth asking for?
Brian, I would say yes. In my history, we've had administrative support attend meetings. We've had draft minutes prepared by the next week.
Yeah.
A number of people, I mean, their names who are now in town hall as working in other staff, working in other departments.
Okay, so that's probably enough for tonight, but that is a topic I think we should revisit.
I think so too.
When we're all awake, maybe the next planning meeting, and to figure out how to do that. Because from my own perspective, I'd be happy to take the minutes, but as I've said, when I take minutes, I don't talk. And when I talk, the minutes go out the window. So I'm not capable of multitasking those two things.
It's not possible to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joe can do it, but he's special.
I was gonna say it's actually, I mean, I can't do it, but it turns out that if I stop contributing, we're fine. So
that's the problem.
Well, what I did was I typed minutes and left a gap where I was talking, and then I went back and watched that part of the video and filled in the minutes later.
Yeah.
So I just made a note talking, and that's all I wrote in the minutes, and then I talked, and then I came back.
But anyway, all these things we talked about sound like Band-Aids as opposed to getting some help, full, part-time, something.
Yeah.
I think it's worth asking for. We've had it in the past. Our minutes are not insignificant from a liability perspective too. Like they need to be done.
And we can talk about what the level of that person needs to be. Can it be an intern? There's a lot of avenues we could think about.
Yep. So yeah, I'm gonna make that a bit of a priority in the next week.
And just a question, do we have any idea what the status of the minutes from August through November that we haven't voted on yet? Are there any there that need to be done?
Those are the ones I don't want you to touch because I have those all done up already. I think there might be one that you could do, but I didn't get a chance to look into it.
Okay.
I think all those old ones are rough draft, and it wouldn't take too long to put them into the actual final format. So that's just a waste of time to do that. Or you would just be doing them again.
All right.
And Anika, what were you gonna work on?
I'm gonna follow up on whether or not I can have some discussions to increase the ability for conservation to have note-taking support, minute support.
Well, ideally, like Chuck was saying, even the ability to help with permits. I don't know what the help would be. I don't know what that would do to the qualification necessities, but that topic is one we need to explore more.
Yep. I don't think we're going to have answers tonight, but it sounds like it's it sounds like it's important because we need our conservation members to be fully present and participating. And, you know, so I don't see how that can be compromised anymore. So anyway, anything else? Anything else tonight?
I mean, I was just going to say, jokes aside, I can volunteer to, you know, take notes as long as we're in Band-Aid mode. Especially because if Martha's about to be chair, it will be, you know, completely out of the question for her to work on them.
I appreciate that effort, Joe, but I also think if we continue to do the work if we continue to do that, then we're never going to get the support that we need. So, you know, and again, you guys, in order for meetings to go faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know, at some point, if you never ask, you never get.
So it's worth having a conversation, you know, just to see what's possible and to discuss the challenge that we have with it. Because I also know, according to, I think what the town clerk has told me in the past, minutes are supposed to be submitted for meetings within a certain number of days. You know, so if we have a backlog, that's a sign we have a challenge. And we have a backlog. And that's, I'm not pointing fingers at our ability to get through minutes because we haven't had support. And we've talked about this in the past before all the current members who are here were here. This has been a long-standing challenge. So anything else?
I would just like to see if possibly Chuck could get one of those backlogged minutes ready for the next meeting. And then, you know, if we can do 2 minutes at that meeting, the ones I'm going to do, and one more, we can start working away at that backlog.
Maybe we could do one of those a month, but I know at least tonight we approved a whole bunch of negative determinations and orders that Chuck's going to be drafting. So
True. So maybe for the second meeting.
So I don't know. It's up to, I have to hear from Chuck about how he thinks how feasible that is. So anyway, if there's nothing else urgent, I was going to encourage people to vote to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we vote, that we vote to adjourn tonight.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? No? Okay. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.